Thursday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at 973 ESPN. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there, we've got a lot to talk about today, including Cristopher Sanchez, 7 innings, 6 hits, no runs, 9 strikeouts. Why is that important? Well, it's not because he had a great game yesterday and they won and they swept the Padres. Cristopher Sanchez, the 6th pitcher since 1893. 1893. To throw 7 innings and allowed no runs in 5 straight starts. First time in franchise history, joining Orel Hershiser, Don Drysdale, Brandon Webb, remember him from the Diamondbacks, Bob Gibson, he was pretty good, and a guy named Doc White back in 1904. Cristopher Sanchez joins that. 5th consecutive outing with 7 or more innings scoreless and 5 strikeouts. That has only been done by Don Drysdale. That's it. That's the list. Sanchez, Drysdale. 44 2/3 consecutive scoreless innings. He breaks Grover Cleveland Alexander's franchise record, which was 41 scoreless innings back in 1911. And when they moved the mound, it's the second longest streak by any player over the last 45 years. Zach Greinke had a 45 2/3 inning streak in 2015. So we saw history yesterday, including 39 scoreless innings in the month of May. Second most scoreless innings in any month since 1920. The only other guy who did it was, of course, Orel Hershiser, who had 55 straight in September of 80, that run that the Dodgers made. He is the second pitcher with 45 strikeouts and no runs allowed in a 5-game span since they moved the mound to the current distance in 1893. The only other guy to do it was Chris Sale. And Cristopher Sanchez, there's 2 storylines here. One, on the pantheon of Philadelphia Phillies pitchers, and I'm going back to 1980. I'm almost 50 years old. Can you believe that? I'm almost 50 years old. I'll be 50 in January. So I'm going back to 1980 because that's about my memory. Anybody who pitched before 1980, I'm not really, cognizant of those games. I saw Carlton pitch towards the end of his career, but I remember him being really, really good. If you said Steve Carlton is the best pitcher in Philadelphia Phillies history, and I don't know that too many people would argue with that. Again, I'm not going back to the Robin Roberts and the Grover Cleveland. I'm not going back that far. I'm talking about from 1980, when most of the people in the listening audience have heard of guys. You may not have seen Carlton, but you've heard of Steve Carlton. If you're a kid in your 20s and you're a sports fan of the Phillies, you definitely have said, well, okay, I've heard of Steve Carlton. I at least saw a little bit of Carlton, not a lot. Steve Carlton, by many accounts, is the best pitcher in Phillies history. He was a Cy Young for a losing last-place team. Over 4,000 strikeouts. I mean, the accolades for Carlton will probably never be surpassed by a Phillies pitcher. But I was texting with my cousin early this morning, and one of the things that I talked about, because I tweeted this out early this morning, and I said, is Cristopher Sanchez now a top 5 Phillies pitcher since 1980? And there's not a lot of candidates, but there's enough to have a debate. And if you guys want to text in on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. You have a 5. Is Cristopher Sanchez in your 5? Now, I don't know how many actual participants you have in the conversation, but I would go, and this is what I texted my cousin. Carlton's at the top, and then after that, because the way he said it to me was, after Steve Carlton, who are the next guys? Because I think everybody puts Carlton in that mix. Do you go Carlton, Halladay, Wheeler, Schilling, Lee, Hamels, Nola, Cristopher Sanchez? What's that, 8 pitchers? Is there anybody else? Can you get to 10? Is there another pitcher that you would include to get to 10 and then break it down to 5? Because for me right now, do you go Cristopher Sanchez over Cliff Lee? Do you go Cristopher Sanchez over Cole Hamels? I think you got to put Cristopher Sanchez over Aaron Nola now. I think Nola has always been very good, but never like elite. He did have that 1 year where he finished second, I think, or third in the Cy Young, but he's never been great. He's always been just really good. Sanchez is now great. He's great. He's elite. Is he better than Hamels? Here's the thing with Hamels. Hamels doesn't have that Cy Young season. He's never really been a Cy Young level pitcher, even an all-star level pitcher. He had that run in the World Series that I think put him on a different plane, but he won the World Series MVP. He won the NLCS MVP, and that's nothing to sneeze at. But Cole Hamels was never a Cy Young candidate. He never had a year that just danced off the page at you. So I don't even know that Cole Hamels is ahead of Cristopher Sanchez at this time. You know, in Cole Hamels' Philadelphia Phillies career, he's pitched 10 years with the Phillies. 3.30 ERA, solid. And you look back at his accolades with the Phillies, he pitched in 3 All-Star games. And he finished in the top, Cy Young conversation 3 times, maybe 4 times. I think 4 times he finished in the Cy Young conversation, but not like top 5 in the Cy Young. He was 6th, 5th, 8th, and 6th in the Cy Young balloting. So again, he had some good, solid years. His best year, 17-6, 3.05 ERA. That was with a bad Phillies team, by the way. So he didn't even have his best years when the Phillies, actually 2011 was probably his best year. 14-9, 2.79 ERA. But I don't think that best year, 14-9, 2.79 ERA, that's not better than Cristopher Sanchez' year last year. So I think Sanchez over Nola, Sanchez over Hamels. What about Sanchez over Lee? Let's take a look. All right, Lee did not spend a lot of time in Philadelphia. He was here for 5 years, not like a small, but 5 years. In the 5 years, he had a 3.23 ERA. Very good. And in that 3.23 ERA run with the Phillies, he did finish in the Cy Young twice, finished 3rd 1 year, and he finished 6th 1 year. So he had 2 good runs as a Cy Young candidate. His first season here, when he got traded from Cleveland to Philadelphia, he was pretty solid that year too. So you take a look at what his numbers are. Cliff Lee is a guy that I would say had a really good run, but I don't think it's better than Cristopher Sanchez's run. I don't think we really understand how good Cristopher Sanchez has been. So let's take a look at Sanchez and his run here, because now Sanchez is in the Lee territory. When I say that, he's been here for more seasons than Cliff Lee. Lee was here for 5. So here we go. Right now, this year, now I know we got a long way to go. He's got a 1.47 ERA. Last year, he had a 2.50 ERA. Finished 2nd in the Cy Young. People don't remember this. He was 10th in the Cy Young the year before that. So he had a top 10 finish. He had a number 2 finish. And right now, he's the favorite for Cy Young. Even the year before, like last year, when he kind of was starting to come out of nowhere, the big stuff for him was 3.32 ERA, the 1.2 whip. He took that and bang, improved on him by a full run almost. So Sanchez, I will say, he really has a 3-year run right now. Is that enough to say you're going to put him in your 5? So those are the 3 bubble guys for me. Lee, Hamels, Nola. Would you put him over all 3 of those guys? And then you can start going down the next group of guys that I put. Now, I have my 5, and I have Lee, Hamels, Nolas as the bubble guys. Is there anybody I'm forgetting outside of the other guys? Let me know. But those are the guys. Lee, Hamel, and Nola. I have Sanchez over all 3 of them. And that's, remember, Sanchez is only really giving you 3 real seasons because 2023, he only started 18 games. 2022, he was pitching out of the bullpen primarily, and he only pitched in 15 games. In 2021, he only pitched in 7 games. So he's really only had a 3-year run. Is that enough for you to say he's over Nola, he's over Hamels, he's over Lee?
I think he's already over Nola because one of the problems you mentioned earlier with Nola is that his best years happened when the Phillies were not good. So it's hard to look at a guy like Nola and really give him too much when, like, and again, I know you said not pre Steve Carlton, but one of the things that made guys like Roberts and Bunning and those guys' careers so incredible was that they were like elite of the elite and the team wasn't good. Aaron Nola was like the Claude Giroux of the Phillies. He was a very good player at his peak on a mediocre to bad team. And so to me, Sanchez will always be ahead of Nola. My question with this,
let me just interject on Nola real quick because I feel like we just kind of throw him aside because of who he is now.
Mm-hmm.
Nola finished 3rd in the Cy Young.
I know.
17-6, 2.37 ERA. Not a good team. He has finished 7th in the Cy Young, 4th in the Cy Young, 11th in the Cy Young. So he has 3 times when he finished in the top 11 in Cy Young voting. In 12 years, his ERA, 3.89. It's good. It's not great.
Right.
His whip, 1.1. That's very good. It's not elite good, but it's very good.
Stinks. I'm just saying that to me, he's never been like Nola had that one start. Remember, he had all the strikeouts against the Mets.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, people don't look at Nola as a strikeout pitcher, but he's always been a guy who has struck out a lot of guys. He has over 200 strikeouts in a season, 5 different occasions. Early in his career, he has almost 2,000 strikeouts with the Phillies. I only say Nola, and I think we should give him a little bit more, is 12 years. 12 years against Sanchez is 3.
Right.
That's all. That's why I think Sanchez is clearly the last 3 years. His 3 years are probably, I don't want to say all 3 because Nola had the 17-6 year, the 2.37. That was an outlier.
Right.
His other year that was pretty good when he was 14-8 with a 3.57 ERA. He had another year in there where he was pretty good as well. But his 3 best years are not as good as Sanchez's 3 best years.
Now, my only issue with the Lee and Sanchez, and maybe part of it is nostalgia, is that I already know the totality of Lee's career. So if you're telling me that you think what Sanchez is doing now, he can continue it beyond this year, then I think he does elevate over Cliff Lee. Cliff Lee, the first time round, what he did for you after you traded for him from Cleveland was absolutely nuts. Like, that was incredible. And I know he had some down moments at times in the postseason, but he was still a huge part of your success. And so to me, I think the question is, do you believe what Sanchez is doing right now in 2026? Is it doable on some level beyond this year?
I think Sanchez is here to stay. So I
he's doing though,
I think he's here to stay. He's doing here now. I'm not saying 1.37 ERAs and going to win a Cy Young every single year, but I think he's here to stay for the next 3 to 5 years as a top elite pitcher in baseball. He's got a change up.
Okay.
So his arm, he doesn't put a lot of strain on his arm because of the change up.
Well, if that's the case, then I think he is over Lee.
Lee is interesting. And I was a big Cliff Lee guy. When they got him the first time and how good he was, and then when they traded him, I was like, he was almost like a Like, you couldn't even believe that they were so dumb to get rid of this guy.
That trade was still perplexing to me.
And in 5 years with the Phillies, all right, the first year he came here, I think people that, like, because he was so good right away.
Right.
He went 7-4 with a 3.39 ERA. They end up trading him. He comes back. That was his best year. When he came back in 2011,
right,
he was the best version of himself. 17-8, 2.40 ERA, 1.02 WHIP. Finished third in the Cy Young. Now, remember, he did win a Cy Young in Cleveland, but we're not counting teams
Cleveland.
outside of Philadelphia years.
We're talking just the Phillies' tenure.
His ERA in those last 4 years in Philly, 2.40, 3.16, 3.87. He went with a 3.65 ERA his last year, and he just quit. He said, that's it. I'm done. If I can't be elite level, I'm out of here. So those 4 seasons, 2.40 ERA, 3.16 ERA, 2.87 ERA, 3.65 ERA. And then the one season he had when he got here, he only pitched in 11 games. They are on par with the Sanchez seasons. And he's got 5 of them. Really 4 really good ones.
4,
kind of 3.5. Because the one year he pitched 11 games. Then his last year when he was here, he pitched in 13 games. So it's really the equivalent of 4 full years.
4 full years.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If Sanchez can do this for more than just this year, I think that's what pushes him over Lee. I think that's what, like, the long, because to me, longevity has to be part of the conversation. Like, part of the reason why Hamels has to be on a top 5 list is not just because of he helped you win a World Series MVP, blah, 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 but because Cole Hamels, for his Phillies career, Mike, I went ahead and looked this up. He has a 1.14 whip for his Phillies career. That is better than Steve Carlton. That is better than Aaron Nola. So what you're talking about with Cole Hamels is a guy who, he didn't just do it for a couple of years. He had a run of longevity that I think solidifies him in the top 5.
Yeah, we have a lot to discuss on this one. 609-403-0973. Is Cristopher Sanchez infiltrating your top 5? So the rest of the list of the guys that I came up with. Now, This is 1980.
Yeah, so what I did was, so to help us out, Mike, I pulled up the Phillies' all-time pitching stat leaders. Kind of give a little reference so I can give you some extra guys that fill out your top 10. So go ahead.
Well, I came up with Halladay, Carlton, Hamels. Not Hamels we already went through. Wheeler. And Schilling was the other one. Right. Those were the 4 plus the 3 that we just discussed, and then Sanchez.
Right.
Is there anybody outside of those that should be in the conversation?
So I'm going to throw a couple names at you. You can kind of, be like yes or no to them, okay? So the first name I'm going to throw at you, again, going off of Phillies all-time only, Phillies all-time. What do you do with Brett Myers?
He's definitely in the starter conversation. He was really the bullpen closer guy for like that one 2007 season. But to me, he was a good to average guy, not in the top 5.
He is 11th all-time in Phillies history in strikeouts. 11th.
Okay.
I mean,
how many years was he here, though?
I got to pull up the exact number, but he only started 183 games in a Phillies uniform.
188. That's a lot. I mean, how many years is that? You're not on baseball reference, it sounds like.
No, I'm not, because baseball reference was giving me a problem. 9 years.
Okay.
He was in Philadelphia for 9 years.
So 9 years. So, yeah, he racked up a lot of strikeouts. Look, he was, to me, he was a very good. His best season, 14-8, 3.14, came in Houston. In Philadelphia, his best season was probably 05, 13-8 with a 3.72 ERA. And he's a 4. In Philadelphia, his ERA was 4.40. There's no way he's a top 5.
Okay. What about
I appreciate you throwing him into the mix.
All right, I got another name for you. How about Randy Wolf?
Another guy, good, not top 5.
You were asking me to fill out the top 10.
I know.
So I'm trying to give you guys on the back end of the top 10 to fill in the void.
Mm-hmm.
Randy Wolf, by the way, he is right behind Brett Myers in Phillies strikeouts in Phillies history.
Yeah. I mean, you could put those guys on the list. Like we really only need 2 guys because we got 8. Hamels, Lee, and Nola I have as the 3 off the list, and then the 5 I just gave you. Carlton, Halladay, Sanchez, Wheeler, Schilling, those 5. I don't think any of these guys are better than the 8 that I just mentioned, but if you're just trying to fill out to get 2 more, we need 2 more. Is there anybody else that we're just like, man, we missed that guy from 1980 on?
Right. 1980 on is the key. That's why I didn't give you Larry Christensen, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you another name. How do you feel about Terry Mulholland?
Holland stands out on the 93 Phillies. I don't know that much more than that he stands out. He had a really good 93. Maybe before that, he was starting
Remember
to
he
come
had
on
the
a little
no-hitter, was it 91?
Yeah, but just because you threw a no-hitter doesn't mean you were
Well, it's got to be
great.
something.
Yeah, you had a good day. That's what it means. It means something. You had a good day. Tommy Green, no offense. He had a good day. He threw a no-hitter. I wouldn't think that Tommy would even say that he belongs on this list of top 5 conversation.
All right, I'll give you another guy. This guy actually has more strikeouts in a Phillies uniform than Roy Halladay.
Well, Halladay's another interesting one. He really only had 2 really good years.
Right.
So do you even say Halladay is deserving to be on this list ahead of Nola?
I mean, I would put Halladay ahead of Nola for sure.
I mean, we all know he's better than Nola. But does he have the staying power that Nola had?
I think he had a greater impact.
John Denny won a Cy Young.
Okay, what about John Denny on the list?
I mean, I don't think people even think of John Denny when you think about top
what was that,
5.
82, 83?
He was on 4 seasons. He won a Cy Young with the Phillies.
Mm-hmm.
And 4 years, you would say his 4 years, he was 2.96 ERA, 1.2 WHIP, Cy Young Award. Now, after the year that he won the Cy Young, he was 2.37 ERA, then 2.45. His last 2 years were just okay. But he did win a Cy Young Award here. I could say that you could put him in the 10.
I would put him in the 10. So the guy I was telling you about, I didn't give you a name, Ranger Suarez.
Interesting name. Ranger Suarez.
He is top 20 in Phillies history in strikeouts.
How many years with the Phillies? So I'm going back to that 83 team. Denny was probably the next guy after Carlton. Ranger Suarez.
And Carlton at that point was getting old, so.
Right, but he was in 80, he was a stud. 83, starting to fall off a little bit.
So Ranger had 8 years with the Phillies, but not all 8 of those years was he a starter.
8 years, yeah. I mean,
he was only a starter for 4 of those years.
All right, so I think Ranger you could put in the possible 10. The problem with Ranger is he really doesn't have, like, his accolades are more postseason accolades. His regular seasons were all, like, incomplete.
Well, that's part of what Schilling's accolades are.
Schilling's another interesting one because he really doesn't have – he became Curt Schilling with the 93 Phillies, but because before that, he was really a nothing burger. Right?
No, but he was also young. He was like the youngest pitcher on the 93 team.
Right,
too.
but I'm saying the 93 Phillies is what put him on the map. So it's not like he had that career and then the 93. The 93 season, really 92 is when he came off the, jumped off the map. 93, his ERA was in the 4s. It was his postseason. And then after that, he kind of was a very good pitcher.
Well, he had those years.
He became really good when he left the Phillies.
Well, he was really good before he left, too. Because remember, he had those 300 strikeout seasons.
He had a lot of strikeouts.
But those were bad Phillies teams.
And 3.35 ERA, 1.12 WHIP. His best attribute was the strikeouts. He had 1,500 strikeouts in his time in the 9 years in Philly. So I think Schilling is definitely a guy that you would say is in the 5.
He's in my 5.
But he's not as firmly in there. That's what I say. Nola, I think we're just overlooking Nola because of what he is right now.
The fact that when Schilling was having some of those amazing seasons, he was also doing it in an era where you had Glavine, Smoltz, Maddox, Martinez.
Well, right now you got Sanchez and everybody. This is an unbelievable month of May. Because as good as Cristopher Sanchez has been, there are others that say, don't forget about the month I'm having too. We're having some pitching prowess right now. All right, Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Get involved in the conversation on the White Horse RV text board. This hour of the Sports Bash, it's brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman.
It's summertime, Mike. And you know what that means? People are dumb. When people are dumb, that means you are at a higher risk of something happening to you. Car accident, workplace injury, something that is not your fault at all can happen to you. You want to make sure you have someone on your side who can take care of you. The insurance companies, they will delay, deny, pay as little as possible. So you need the offices of Craig A. Altman on your side. They have the tough lawyers who can handle the tough cases. And the key is you don't pay anything unless they win. So don't wing it. Don't hope for the best because when accidents happen, you need Craig A. Altman, 856-327-8899 with law offices on Delsey Drive in Vineland, backed by a law firm that knows how to win. 856-327-8899 or visit them online at craigaltmanlaw.com.
All right, top 5 Phillies pitchers since 1980. A lot of people texting in Carlton, best left-handed pitcher of their time, all that. You can keep them coming in, 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. When we come back, looking for ways to improve this team. I got one way that might be cheap. Are you willing to do it? That's next. This is the Sports Bash. All right, welcome back. Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. What if I told you you can have a reunion with a player that played for the Phillies? You can get him for cheap. He hit 305 with a 360 on base percentage, a 463 slug, an 824 OPS. In 50 games, he had 5 home runs, 16 RBI. He was probably your best hitter in the playoffs, even though he only was able to play in 3 games. In those 3 games, he gave you a 500 batting average. Yes, I'm talking about Harrison Bader. Now, I don't even know if Bader's on the trade market, but he has been awful this year for the San Francisco Giants. They signed him to a 2-year, $20 million contract. Would you be willing to bring Bader back at even a cheaper cost than what you got him for last year? Literally, if the Giants were like, listen, we just want to get out of this contract. We were the dummies that gave him the 2-year deal. They've already paid him for half of this season for the most part. You would have to basically do what you've done with Max Kepler and Adolis Garcia. I think the Phillies would have brought back Bader for 1 year, $10 million, but he wanted a multi-year deal. So you let him sign a 2-year deal elsewhere. Would you be willing to bring him back if the cost was very, very minimal? 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Very minimal. And then what I would say is this. He plays center. Crawford goes to left. Marsh goes to right. You have Garcia now. He is your 4th outfielder. Very good defensive player. Late in games, he goes to right. Marsh goes to left. You probably get Crawford out of the game. Now your outfield is Marsh, Bader, and Garcia late in games. You can platoon Garcia and Marsh if you want. But you got Harrison Bader, who's hitting, 196 right now with the Giants? That's a rough year that he's having. Now, 167, excuse me. His on-base percentage is 196. He is starting to come around a little bit. Do you take the shot right now and say to the Giants, hey, listen, we'll take Bader. We'll give you a prospect. We'll pay the extra year. We'll pay that year next year. We'll take that contract off your hands. Do you do that? Anybody interested in bringing Bader back, or is that one of those things where like, no, we've already been down the road. The guy is what he is. His 50 games in Philly, they were the outlier. This is what he is. What do you guys think? 609-403-0973. What do you got?
So remind me again, what are you trading for Bader?
Something minimal. I mean, when you got Bader, you gave up 2 prospects. I honestly don't even remember who they were. Do you?
Because it was the deal. Because I know
I got it in front of me. I'm seeing if you now that I'm looking at it, I don't remember the names.
I remember Duran. Wasn't he the Tyet and McAble trade?
Correct. Tyet and Abel for Duran. Minnesota also traded Bader to the Phillies for 2 minor leaguers.
I don't remember. I feel like one of them had to be a pitcher.
A outfielder by the name of Henry Mendez.
Good for Henry.
Who is, hitting 281 at AA right now.
Good for him.
Actually, he's up to AAA where he's hitting 400.
Even better for him.
Hey, listen, if he comes up and ends up being something, the Phillies could use an outfielder. So Henry Mendez was one of the players. And the other player is a gentleman by the name of Jeremy Valoria. He is a starting pitcher, and he is currently at rookie ball with the Twins. So he is not even at affiliated A level, or he's not even at A level. He is at rookie ball for the Twins. And he is a 17-year-old kid. I'm talking about something even probably less than these guys.
I was going to say, the only reason I remember that had to be a pitcher, because I remember Dombrowski talking about the Twins wanted a pitcher in their system.
Well, they got Abel.
No, I meant like for the Harrison Bader deal. They
Whatever.
wanted another
It doesn't
pitcher.
matter. Those are the two players that they took for Bader. I'm talking about maybe even less than that, saying, hey, listen, we'll give you somebody. Go look at our Jersey Shore roster. Pick somebody out there, and we'll take that contract off your hands. Because right now, the Giants are not very good.
Yeah.
And he has been terrible for them. I mean, you're hitting 167. Do you think the Giants are saying, we got to get out of this deal? We'll take anything to get out of this deal. They are 22-34 right now. They are 14 games out of first place. They've lost 3 in a row, 7 out of 10. And you talk about their 14 games out of the West. They are also 8 games out of the wild card. So
yeah,
they could be perpetual sellers here and just say, you know what? Take that deal off our hands.
Can I ask you a bit of a dumb question? I have a trade proposal for you. You might tell me I'm Steve from Ventnor, but just hear me out for a second. If you could get the Giants to eat most of the money, do you give them Dante Nori?
No way. Not in a heartbeat, no. That's a no way.
All right.
No sale.
I
know what you're saying. You're saying, but my point is,
yeah,
you've already paid Kepler $10 million. You've already paid Garcia $10 million.
Right.
So if you're thinking about doing that again next year, I might as well just get the guy that I already was willing to pay the $10 million, because they would have given Bader $10 million for 1 year.
1 year.
He wanted a multi-year deal.
Correct.
So basically, you're paying him the $10 million that you were going to give him anyway, plus whatever you have to pay him for the rest of this season.
I hear you. I'm just trying to think of, is there a scenario where like you can take this?
No way I'm giving up Dante Nori in almost, I don't say any deal, but not for a throwaway.
Gotcha.
I mean, to me, Nori's going to come up here and be a starting, everyday, very good player.
I would just try to think of somebody in the minor leagues that would be worth it for the Giants to be like, we're going to eat all this Bader money.
I might be willing to listen on Rincones.
Okay.
Mainly because he's left-handed.
Yep.
And Nori's also left-handed.
Nori's a better player.
But to me, Nori's a better player than Rincones. To me, is just a guy. Nori, to me, he might be a really good player. Whereas Rincones, I think, is just a left-handed bat that just has no spot for him. So I might be willing to do your scenario, but I'd rather my scenario. I'll take the money on. I'm willing to pay a guy $10 million anyway. I've been doing it for 2 years. I'll do it again with a guy who performed here. Now, you would say, but he's not performing for the Giants, and he hasn't performed. One of the reasons I was against bringing him back on a multi-year deal is because what we saw in the 50 games here last year was never what we got from him in his past stops.
Right.
But
also he had a history of being inconsistent.
This team is struggling so bad, it does 3 things. 1, strengthens my center field. He's a very good center fielder.
Very good defensively.
So now you put him in center, Crawford in left, and Marsh in right.
Right, your outfield defense, major upgrade.
It's much better. It then also gives me Garcia as a 4th outfielder, and that means I'm better everywhere because now I can play Garcia in right, I can move Marsh to left, and I have Bader in center late in games.
Or just don't play Marsh against lefties.
Or that's my 3rd reason. You're very good at jumping ahead of all my bullet points here.
Sorry.
My 3rd spot
I'm not a good mind reader.
I now have a guy who can platoon with Marsh. I can play Marsh in right field, but I don't have to play him every day. If there's a tough lefty and I want to get Garcia, but Garcia being a veteran player, I'm not worried about him being the offensive bat in this platoon because I'm going to play Marsh as much as possible. I'm going to play Crawford as much as possible, and I'm going to play Bader as much as possible. Garcia really becomes, hey, defensive replacement late in games, and there you go. So it makes my outfield defensively much stronger. And if I get the Bader that I got for 50 games last year, my offense has taken a big rise. Now, one problem he's not. He's not the right-handed bat that's going to hit behind Bryce Harper, but you could hit him in the number 5 hole. If it's the Bader that you got last year, you could hit him 5th, and that lengthens your lineup all of a sudden. He hits 5th, and that bounces everybody back 1. So now you don't have Bryson Stott hitting 5th. He's hitting 6th or 7th, and JT. This is all incumbent, though, on he's got to be the guy that he was for you here last year. Now, I don't think you can I don't know that he's going to be that guy, 306, 380 on base percentage, 5 homers in 50 games. I don't know that he's that guy, but can he hit 270?
Let me ask you a question.
Was it
Yeah.
just because he liked playing here, the ballpark? Like, why was it here that all of a sudden he excelled? I don't have that answer.
You might not have the answer, but you might have this answer. Let's say you get Bader, and again, scenario. He bats 250 for the rest of the year.
Which is better than you're getting from Garcia right now.
Right. Is that enough to make this offense more balanced? On a day-to-day
Probably
basis?
50, and he gives you a little power, and the defense that he's going to bring, your defense, outfield defense is going to be overall better.
Right.
So I think the answer is yes. If he just hits 250 in today's world, a guy hitting 250 might as well be hitting 350.
Then
by the
you
way,
make
at
the deal
Citizens Bank
immediately.
Park, 299, 326 on base, 440 slug, a 767 OPS, 3 home runs, 11 RBI in 38 games. Those are his numbers at Citizens Bank Park. So maybe, he hit 299 in Citizens Bank Park. Maybe he just likes hitting in this ballpark. Maybe that has something to do with it. At Nats Park, by the way, he's 294. So that's another team because he's been in the National League East. At Citi Field, he's 237 because he played for the Mets.
Yep.
And you go to Atlanta, and in Atlanta, he is 220 at Truist Park in Atlanta. So, just some interesting little things there. Listen, I was okay with letting Bader walk, but I'm trying to find a way that I can cheaply, and I say cheaply, not because I care about the money, but they're not going to get a Mike Trout contract, or I don't even think they want to give up the prospects that you have to give up to get Byron Buxton. And quite frankly, I don't know that they even have the prospects in their system to get Byron Buxton anymore.
I think you already traded too many times with the Twins. They already know your system too well. You need to go to a team that doesn't know your system as well as the Twins do.
That's what I mean. So, I think that the Buxton trade is probably not realistic because I don't think the Phillies have enough left in their system to really get a trade of that magnitude. They're not going to get Mike Trout. So you got to try to find an outside-the-box guy. Now, when you got Bader, he was kind of platooning, but he played so well
you had to keep playing
that he just took over that job. Maybe he comes back and it's similar where you're platooning with Crawford. Crawford's the left-handed center fielder. You're the right-handed center fielder. And then if you just start hitting, we have other avenues we can go. We can move Crawford to left. We can move Marsh to right. But he gives you – basically he would be replacing Otto Kemp and probably getting a much bigger role than Otto Kemp has for you. And I think the price was minimal, what you have to give San Francisco. I don't think they're saying we need this prospect. They're saying we need to get out of this contract. We made a mistake. I'm here to help the mistake.
Listen, if that's the plan, I'm not against it. I'm just curious to find out how they would fit him in. Would he be the everyday center fielder, as you said, or do you platooning? That'd be my question.
Well, it gives you more options than you have currently.
Options are good.
Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. How about options on a Sunday? Jason Kelsey said something about Sunday NFL football. Is he right? You'll hear what he said coming up on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. 252 Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. You know, Sunday tradition, sitting down, watching the NFL. They're taking it from us, though. They're taking it from us. They're losing Sunday games left and right. And one former Eagle, Jason Kelsey, is starting to get a little worried about where this thing's all going.
You grow up and you gear your entire week around watching football on Sunday.
Yeah.
It's an institution at this point, the NFL playing games on Sunday. With every day that we keep adding in there, we're getting away from that just a little bit. And I worry that I think the game got big. One of the reasons it got so popular and big was because all of the game, it was an event. Sunday is the NFL. And everybody set their week apart to tune into their games that were happening on Sunday. And you're watching. I worry that we're getting away from that just a little bit by building too many of this.
Is Kelsey right that there's too many Monday nights and Sunday nights and Thursday nights and Christmas Eves and Thanksgiving Eves and Black Fridays and 9:30 London games? Are we losing our way with the NFL? Are they just taking for granted that we will just follow the NFL wherever it may roam? Metallica.
Nice reference there. I would say yes, because again, we look at football as an event. It's not just a game.
Isn't that what they're trying to do, though, with the Monday night, the Thursday night, the Sunday night, the Black Friday? They're making those games an event.
You can't have too many events. It's like a festival, right? You can't go to a festival every week. You can't go to a concert every night. At some point, it loses its luster, it loses its value, loses the anticipation. No one anticipates a baseball game on a Tuesday night unless something special is happening, like Cristopher Sanchez pitching, right?
See, this is where I agree and disagree. I like the holiday game and this having it on and the families there. I don't need three. Give me the Lions. Give me the Cowboys. I don't need that night game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like Christmas. You went and did 3 games. Like, now you're getting piggish. Give me one game in the middle of the day, like a 4:30 start. That means I have something to look forward to. The game is on. And then when it's over, I go back to the whatever. I don't need 3 of them. I don't need one on Thanksgiving Eve and then 3 on Thanksgiving Day and then another one on Black Friday. That's where I think you've stripped us too much. And he's right. You sit down with your buddies on a Sunday, your fantasy teams, you're flipping the channels, you're going all over the place. Now you got like 4 games on at 1 o'clock, and you're like, hey, my guy played on Thursday, my guy played on Sunday. Jason Kelsey is accurate on that one. When we come back, more Sports Bash on the way. We'll get back into our Phillies conversation. Stick around.
maybe they use A.J. Brown as a way to get draft ammo. And then the big fish, would they maybe have to swim, I don't know, miles to get it? And maybe that's what the holdup is as to why Myles Garrett hasn't met Todd Monken. Because none of the Myles Garrett stuff could actually be clarified until the Eagles have the proper ammo to acquire him. And maybe they would look at it and say, we're in essence trading A.J. Brown for Myles Garrett. Now they have to give up a lot more. And it would retroactively explain a lot of things.
Evan Cohen on Unsportsmanlike this morning. You know, when I hear him say that, I have been a pretty staunch opponent of just trading A.J. Brown and getting nothing to help this year's team out. I'm not really interested in a 2028 first-round pick if it's not going to help out the 2026 Philadelphia Eagles. But could I use a 2028 pick to help out the 2026 Philadelphia Eagles? Evan Cohen going outside the box a little bit and says, what about Myles Garrett? Now, they went out and got Jonathan Grenard. They already have Jalix Hunt. Would that make them say, we are set at that position? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. And neither does one prominent NFL voice. Here's what Albert Breer said on 93.7 The Fan in Cleveland.
You know, I think the Eagles are somebody you always pay attention to. Just it's like a little hard to see them pulling it off because of their salary cap situation.
As soon as he said salary cap situation, don't care. They'll figure that part out, right? When you hear, well, the salary cap situation might preclude, now that's not going to preclude them from trying to figure out a way to get Myles Garrett in here. I talked about this a lot last year. If you get Myles Garrett, you go get him. You can get Myles Garrett. You go get him. I don't have the ammo to get him right now. But we're starting to hear, and we're going to talk to Nick Cattles. He was on with us last week from the Locked On Patriots podcast. He had a guest on his show on Locked On Patriots that talked about, hey, this is not a done deal with the Patriots. Don't be surprised, like if the league says, don't do that deal right away. I don't want to see this deal consummated on June 1st at 4:01, the second you're allowed to make a deal. But there's starting to be a lot of, hey, Howie Roseman's not going to just make a deal that he doesn't like, right? If he's getting a 2028 first-round pick and he doesn't think he could do anything with that pick or doesn't like anything about that pick, he's not going to just do it just to do it. But if he have another move up his sleeve like this one here. Now, the part that I think stands out about what Evan Cohen said more than anything is what? What do you think stood out most about that? My trusted producer, Josh Henning, you heard what Evan Cohen said. Is there something that he said that stood out to you?
Yeah, I thought the part that he brought up about how, you know, this whole situation with Monken and Myles Garrett have not met yet.
That's the one.
Like Monken has spent all this time with Shador Sanders and talking with Deshaun Watson and different guys. Well, no offense to the two quarterbacks, but Myles Garrett's the biggest star on the Cleveland Browns. He is the Cleveland Browns as far as I'm concerned.
You're the head coach. You got to be some kind of idiot to not make the first call and say, Myles, what do we need to do to make you happy? What is this organization? Listen, I'm new here. I'm the head coach, but you're my guy. What are we doing wrong in this organization that we have to change to start on the right foot? And instead, you took your foot and shoved it right in your ass like an idiot. You came in and said, let me just kick myself in the face and not call Myles freaking Garrett. This guy has got clown written all over him from Jump Street. You got to make that call. You are correct. What Evan Cohen said, that stood out to me the most as well, is that how has this guy not talked to Myles Garrett yet? Hello?
Well, part of it is because what Myles Garrett himself said. He wanted Jim Schwartz back. And when they ran Jim Schwartz to the ringer and gave him that fraudulent head coaching interview, and Schwartz found out later he was really never going to get the job anyway, Schwartz was like, I don't want to be here, man. I thought I had a chance at this job. You misled me. I don't want to do this anymore. And Myles Garrett liked Jim Schwartz a lot. So you have to wonder, did Myles Garrett maybe already make it clear to Andrew Berry about that?
If that's the case, even further reason why what Evan Cohen said has some validity and what Albert Breer said. Don't ever rule out the Eagles. We all know that. Everybody who pays attention to the NFL, even the biggest, cowboy honk out there, knows that Howie Roseman's running circles around your GM. And when he runs circles around him, part of the circles that he's running is calling your guy up to say, hey, you want to trade Myles Garrett? Don't forget me, man. Don't forget me, Andrew. Who got you that job? Who was the guy that helped you get that job? I know, man. I know. If we want to trade him, we'll call you. No, you keep calling him back. You ready to talk yet? You ready to talk yet? You got to keep putting, there's a guy in my fantasy league. He constantly wants to keep trying to trade. And I don't have enough time to look at the trade offers all the time. And they'll say, hey, that trade that, we talked about? It's on my terms. When I'm ready to make that deal, I'll call you. All right? That's Howie Roseman. When I'm ready to call you, I will call you. But don't make me forget about the deal. Howie Roseman ain't forgetting about that deal.
Well, there's another player involved in this that I think is another layer to this, because the Eagles might have something the Browns want that's not just a draft pick.
Well, and I'm getting to the guy that I think you're talking about.
Maybe.
I don't know. Now, you said you're not a good mind reader. Maybe I'm better at reading minds than you are.
You might be.
You just had a guy driving 137 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a young player.
Young player.
But I also have to wonder, do I want to give him that 5th-year extension?
Yep.
And I'm not sure I want to do that. So I'll give him to you. And if you give me the older guy, and I'll deal with the cap ramifications, and I'll even give you the nice new shiny toy who happened to drive 137 miles an hour, and I'm not too thrilled about that. I've been a little disappointed with this guy. Would he be a player, Cleveland, that you'd be interested in? Because we're willing to listen on that guy. You know why? Because I can't play Jonathan Grenard and Jalix Hunt and Myles Garrett and Nolan Smith. So why don't you take Nolan Smith? You have any interest in that? Because I know I do.
I have a lot of interest in that. And by the way, Nolan Smith had a good stretch, right? That run to the Super Bowl a couple years ago, he was great. But aside from that run, he has been very underwhelming.
Yeah, I think Nolan Smith has been a disappointing player outside of the run that he had in the playoffs and really the second half of that Super Bowl season. Other than that, Nolan Smith at 25 years old has not said, you can't trade that guy for Myles Garrett. If they say, hey, listen, we're willing to trade Myles Garrett, but we need to get a young player back in return. So do you give up the draft capital that you're getting for A.J. Brown? Let's say it's a 2028 first-round pick. Are you willing to give up a first-round pick in 2028? I think you have to be.
Absolutely.
And are you willing to say, instead of multiple first-round picks, we'll give you a guy who we drafted in the first round?
Absolutely.
He's 25 years old.
Yep.
Now you can build your defense with this guy to replace the edge rusher you're losing. I don't even know that that's enough to get it done. You might have to attach another pick to that. But I think at this stage, what Evan Cohen said, if you're losing A.J. Brown, okay. But like I've said, I can't just lose A.J. Brown and get nothing back in return to help this team out. Now I'm not only helping this team out, I'm making this team significantly better.
By the way, for those who are wondering, it is a almost $8.5 million cap savings if the Browns wait to trade Myles Garrett till after June 1st.
So the June 1st thing, they're not hasty here. They're not trying to get this done today. In fact, we really haven't heard. Last year we heard a lot of this. He was at the Super Bowl, all that stuff. Now we haven't heard a whole heck of a lot, other than the fact that his head coach decided that it was smart to not talk to Myles Lorenzo Garrett. So now, last year we heard all the noise. This offseason hasn't been that much. But here's what I got. I got AP first team all defense for 5 years. I got AP defensive player of the year 2 times, including last season. I have 23 sacks. I have 33 tackles for loss. And if I'm Vic Fangio, I say, if you get me that guy, Sean Mannion's offense doesn't have to be great. It just has to be okay. Last year, my defense was good. It wasn't great, but our offense was just okay. This defense with Myles Garrett in the fourth quarter, if your offense does what it did last year on the minimum level, we win that game. We shut that game down. Myles Garrett takes down Purdy in the fourth quarter of a game we have a lead in. And if it's not Myles Garrett getting to him, it's Jalix Hunt. And if it's not Jalix Hunt, it's Jonathan Grenard. Boom. You make that deal.
Also, another point about the money. If you make this deal, he only has a couple more years guaranteed money. By the time you get to his 34 and 35 age seasons, Mike, you can cut him before the league year, and you're saving money. So this feels like a deal that Howie could maybe have a little fun with.
Right. Well, he said, Albert Breer, that it would be hard for the Eagles to make the deal based on cap purposes. That, to me, is Howie Roseman laughing at the sky. Cap purposes.
No, Howie's saying, hold my beer.
Yeah, that was a good one. You think I can't figure out the cap? I'm not Jerry Jones. I'm not the Jones family. I know how to manage a cap.
I feel like somewhere Howie's just like, hold my drink. I would love this challenge.
Oh, listen, he's not making the deal if he doesn't know how to do it, if there's not a way to get out or to make the deal work.
But I mean, it's almost
this
like
to
a part
me is a no-brainer that if you can consummate a deal to make something fit and you have to worry about it on the back end, you make that happen. Even if it means, hey, I can't bring Brandon Graham back. I'm just saying something, because there's so many people that think that Graham will be back with the current defense that they have, and it will be Jalix Hunt, Nolan Smith, Jonathan Grenard, and Brandon Graham would kind of be that fourth rotational guy. Well, now think about if Jalix Hunt is the rotational guy. He's the third rotational guy.
That's huge. He is an up-and-coming stud, Jalix Hunt. And now you're asking to put less on his plate, and now you can use him in more unique packages.
Mm-hmm.
How about the idea also? Myles Garrett can kick inside, too.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you want to do with Myles Garrett, I'll leave that up to Vic Fangio. I don't know that, that's something that I see him doing a whole heck of a lot of, playing on the interior there. But if you want more pass rush and you want to get Hunt on the end and Grenard on the end and kick him to the inside,
Jalen Carter next
to
Garrett.
Carter, then have at it, Hoss. But I get Myles Garrett here. To me, that is a absolutely scary defense. And again, it goes back to the A.J. Brown trade. If I trade A.J. Brown and you're saying, how did you trade A.J. Brown, but you didn't get anything to help this team? You didn't even get a draft pick to help next year's team out. Well, because I'm going to use that pick as part of the sell to get a player like Myles Garrett. Well, now all of a sudden you've sold me. You sold me that I'm willing to take the 2028 pick. Now, what are you making of all this talk that they don't want to give up a first-round pick? Because over the last, 24 to 48 hours, it's all like, hold on, Hoss. This deal's not done. Josina Anderson, she who had a lot of reporting when it came to A.J. Brown in the years past, right? It feels like she has certain people that she has information when it comes to that particular player. And A.J. Brown's one of them. And she tweeted out something last night that's getting a lot of attention. And it says, a league source tells me this morning that the Eagles and Patriots have recently grappled over the component of the total trade compensation for A.J. Brown that could involve a swapping of picks. With that said, over the last 7 days, my sense from various conversations is that New England is still casting good confidence Brown trade will get done. But just to share a bit of the mental twisting that is always needling until a trade becomes officially executed, a league source adds this, quote, this is still Howie Roseman we're talking about, and everyone's still going to hold all of their cards up until the start of June. So, yes, a concern always gets floated here and there in these things that someone would swoop in at the last minute and it would be a deal that Philly couldn't refuse. But in the meantime, the Patriots-Eagles trade talks still motor on until the ink is dry. What do we make of that one?
I make of it that is why all the rumors are swirling around, because, I laughed the other day when Adam Schefter said, I don't know where this Jacksonville Jaguars rumor came from. I can tell you exactly where it came from. It came from the Pats saying, we're not 100% sure we want to make the deal that we originally talked about, and how he said, fine, I'll call other people. You don't want to make this deal happen, I'll find somebody else. And that's why, so we mentioned Albert Breer. So in his recent column at SI, here is what Albert Breer said. He said that the Eagles will not wait to just go with whatever the Patriots will give them. Here's the quote. Things can change elsewhere, and they already have the Rashid Rice situation in Kansas City. The Chiefs, Chargers, Bills, and Rams have all had their shot at trying to call the Eagles about A.J. Brown. Now, Breer goes on to say that people are treating the Brown deal like the fait accompli. Think of the team we just mentioned. The Chiefs, the Chargers, the Bills, and the Rams. They have all already made calls. There's no scenario where we get to May 31st and Howie is just not thrilled, and Andy Reid and him can make a call and say, you know what? Let's reinitialize this conversation, right?
Well, the Chiefs one makes a lot of sense to me based on Mahomes and the injury, and now saying, I don't know that we can put as much on Mahomes' plate as we did. Let's get him a better weapon than J.J. Smith-Schuster. That level of receiver that he's been playing with over the past, couple of years. They just haven't had that game-breaking guy. They drafted guys. The Texas kid hasn't really worked out yet.
Yeah. I think the Rashid Rice thing is the biggest part, because Rashid Rice started to look like he was going to become that next guy. And now he's had the off the field issues. He's got injured. The knee injury. It's a whole mess. And if anybody is going to look at A.J. Brown and be salivating, it's got to be Andy Reid, right?
Sure. I mean, I think Andy Reid looks at him possibly at this stage of like T.O. when he came to Philly.
Yep.
Right? Hey, I had Donovan McNabb and these terrible guys, and we just kind of got by on the system. Well, maybe let me give Donovan McNabb a good player and see what ends up happening here.
Yep.
And that might be where we are at the Mahomes state of his career. Now he might not be able to pull the rabbit out of the hat nearly as much as he used to be able to do. So I'll go out and get him a premier player in the league, because Xavier Worthy is the guy that I was thinking of before.
Yes.
You got Worthy, you got Rice. Those guys I don't think are wide receiver ones that are going to help you win a Super Bowl unless Patrick Mahomes is elevating them to a status that maybe they're not at. And I'm not saying Mahomes can't still do that,
but
maybe he can't do it right away. We've seen
right.
guys come off that ACL in that first year. They struggle a little bit.
All of them that first year after that knee injury, Tom Brady, Phillip Rivers, etc. They had the struggle bus for those guys. Aaron Rodgers, remember when he came back from his knee injury? He didn't look the same that first year.
609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. You like that idea for Myles Garrett? I sure do. You sold me. I sold myself. I talked myself right into that one. This hour of the show brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. It's a trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. 609-390-3907, broadlees.net. Our Phillies Fastball tonight is at 5 o'clock with the Phillies off today. We'll drive you home with some fastball talk. We'll get into the Cristopher Sanchez conversation. We'll get into the Harrison Bader conversation. We'll get into moments. What are some of the best moments that the Phillies have had over the last couple of years? When you take a look back at all the different things here, is Cristopher Sanchez the top pitcher in your Cy Young ballot? And was this the greatest month we've ever seen from any Phillies player? We'll get into that during Phillies Fastball tonight here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. You can always watch the show live. Let's hit the White Horse RV text board. We got a lot of topics out there today. Would you trade for Myles Garrett? Would you bring Harrison Bader back if it meant you're really getting them for just the contract? You're basically giving them a low A rookie ball prospect who's never going to make it. You're just saying to the Giants, pick a guy you like at Jersey Shore or Clearwater, and we'll send you him. We'll take on the contract to Harrison Bader. Now you have Bader back, and look, it worked out well when you traded for him last year. He got off to a terrible start this year. He's been better recently. But, this is a guy that's moved around so much just because no one's really believed in him. And the Giants gave him a 2-year deal, and it's not worked out for them. So I see a lot of people, at Mike Gill Show on Twitter. I posted this message this morning, and I have over 17,000 views of this thing so far. And it's all over the place, guys. It's all over the place. If you can bring Harrison Bader back, we can bring him back. Bader plays center. Crawford goes to left. Marsh goes to right. Garcia is now your defensive replacement. He's like your Otto Kemp. He's like your fourth outfielder. The problem with Kemp is he's not a defensive outfielder. He's an offensive outfielder who doesn't play at all because he's so bad in the outfield. Garcia, I'm not looking for offense from. Go out there and play right field late in the game. Bader this year, here's the problem. He's hitting 167 with 5 homers and 13 ribbies. So he's got some power. He had a couple of grand slams last week. I think he had 2 grand slams last week. And he's got the rest of this year, and next year he's got $10 million. So if San Francisco is willing to grab a low-level prospect to get out of that deal, you just say, look, I know it's not ideal. It's not the right-handed bat that we're really looking for. But we did bring this guy here last year, and he really kind of stabilized the lineup. You just take the shot for a really low cost in terms of prospect. They got to pay the $10 million next year. But you're paying guys $10 million here and $10 million there, and they all stink. Now Bader might stink. You might be stuck with that deal next year for $10 million. But you just say, you know what? The guy can play center field. Worst case scenario, he's a great center fielder. We moved Crawford to left. We played Marsh in right. Now we got a really good outfield with Bader, Crawford, and Marsh in terms of defense. Then we got Garcia as a defensive replacement. He can go to right field. Marsh can go to left late in games. What do you guys think? 609-403-0973. The answers I got have been all over the map. Somebody says 100%. Other people are just saying no. If you could bring back this old injury-prone guy who's playing like bleep, would you? WTF is this question? I didn't think the question was all that outrageous. The problem is there's no context here. I'm just throwing it out there with a question, and people are like, they can't even, they're perplexed. Here's the problem, buddy. You didn't give me a better option. I'm just saying, look, this is an option potentially. You want to give up more to get another average player? Like, I'm just willing to give away basically nothing, take a swing. If you want to give up a little bit more to get a player who's probably not much better than Harrison Bader, I don't want to give up that much to get just an average player. Another guy says, if that's an option and the only option, then sure, but I don't see them mentioning Garcia money back for Bader. Going to need more pop than that. Yeah, listen. Garcia is giving you nothing right now. Can Bader give you, what was the number you said, 250?
250.
If Bader can hit 250, that's 50 points higher than Garcia.
Right.
Garcia's hitting 201, right?
I'm just going with 250 because, again, that means you're making a hit at 1 out of every 4 at-bats. If 1 out of every 4 at-bats, you're giving me something I can work with. To me, that changes your line.
At Philly Isaac says, as bad as Garcia's been, he's actually been better than Bader. Why would the Phillies even consider doing that at this point? Well, I think what you're saying is, Isaac, look, Garcia's not going to improve. He was bad last year. Now, you can make the argument that The outlier for Bader was last year. Why should I think he's going to get back to that guy? And you're right about that. I don't know that he would get back to the 306 guy, but can he get to the 250 guy?
I think that's where if you got to do something to make this team better, right? That was the conversation that we had on numerous platforms this week, numerous podcasts, numerous shows. Your pitching is great. Sanchez, Wheeler, Luzardo's coming around. Nola finally gave you a quality start, for goodness sake.
Mm-hmm.
So if the pitching is coming around, you need to make sure the hitters are able to give you something.
Yeah.
And the problem with this team right now is that, as it's been a problem, when you're not getting quality at bats from multiple guys, you end up in a situation where you're stuck. You're stuck with a great pitching performance and almost no offense. So how are you going to improve the team? That's why, like we said before, Mike, if you don't Bader, give me another answer. Give me a solution.
Bully Burton at Bully Burton says he's a good fit in the outfield and the clubhouse. He'll figure things out at the plate. Pennies on the dollar, he's worth the consideration. And I say that's all I'm willing to give up. If San Francisco counters and says, you got to give us, like you said, I don't like your scenario. No, we want somebody for real, but we'll eat the money.
Right.
No, I'd rather pay the money. I don't want to give you anything. I'll pay the money, but I'm not giving you a real player for Bader because I'm going to take all the risk on here that this guy can't play, and I'll pay him $10 million because I've already paid Garcia $10 million. He can't play.
Yeah.
I've already given Kepler $10 million, and he can't play. So I'll take another roll of the dice, another bite of the apple for $10 million to a guy who actually showed me he could play here. But I'm not giving you anything to take that bite of the apple.
Yeah, I hear you. I look at San Francisco and I wonder, because of all the money they've invested in some of the players in that roster, how desperate are they to get something of quality in return for whoever they trade?
They could be willing to just shed themselves of the money.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the Giants you're talking about. Yeah. I think they just want to shed themselves of the money and kind of start.
And wash their hands.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
Because they got to pay him $10 million next year, which means he's kind of locked in the center field. This guy says not interested in replacing a 200 hitter and good defense with a 167 and less defense. They need an actual hitter. Well, I would say I'm not the biggest Bader guy in the world, but to be fair, he hit 305 with 5 homers and 16 RBI here in 50 games, and got some Gold Glove level center fielder. So yes, I understand that he's not having as good of an offensive season yet than Garcia.
But this is where I go back to the previous question. If you don't want Bader, then who do you want? Who
Right, all the people who are just squashing this, I'm not saying that I'm giving up. I'm just saying pennies on the dollar. Just to say, listen, I can't come up with another name. Give me another name that makes sense. I don't want to hear Mike Trout's name. I want to hear a name that's a real name.
Right. Give me somebody who you look around and you say, you know what? That guy is a tradable player.
Yeah, and I think what it does is, now listen, you are very, very, very hopeful that he becomes the player that he was when he was here last year, which I don't think is even plausible. But even if he's just his normal self, okay, not the guy that he is right now. This is the guy who's about a 245 hitter. You said 250. Can he get to 250? Okay, probably not. He's a 244 hitter with a 309 on base. Those numbers are significantly better than what you're getting from Adolis Garcia right now.
I'm going to give you an example of a player who would be available. I'm not saying you should trade for him, but I'm giving the audience an example because apparently some people need examples, okay?
People like names, Josh. We like names.
I'm going to give you an example of a name. This is a tradable player, a player on a team that's expected to sell at the deadline. He's a right-handed bat. He's only batting .216, but he's got 4 home runs and 21 RBI this year. His name is Matt Vierling. Would you have rather Matt Vierling or Harrison Bader?
I mean, no, I think I'd rather take a shot with Bader. Two reasons.
Yeah.
One, he is a better outfielder.
That's very true.
Significantly better.
Significantly.
Outfielder. Already showed that he came here and could perform.
Mm-hmm.
Vierling, to me, fourth outfielder. Doesn't do much for me. Like, I'm not hitting him fifth in the lineup.
No, but I don't necessarily hitting Bader fifth in the lineup either.
I'm pretty much going to have to on this team. In fact, last year when he was here, wasn't he pretty much hitting fifth as his stock just kept rising and rising and rising?
Right, his stock kept rising and rising. True.
So, to me, the ceiling for Bader is I could hit him in the fifth spot.
Mm-hmm.
If he's going really good, if he's cooking, I can hit him there. I don't know that I can go with Vierling in a very important spot in my lineup. I think that they were hitting him too, like in the leadoff spot. Weren't they hitting him in the leadoff spot?
At one point, yeah.
In Detroit, but
Detroit's a mess right now, so I don't even know that they're the best example.
Right now, but when they were a playoff team, I mean, when they were a playoff
yeah,
team,
they were hitting him in the leadoff spot last year.
Mm-hmm. He's hit leadoff a lot, and he's not going to hit leadoff here. Vierling, no, I would do same exact trade. I'm not giving up anything.
Right.
And Vierling is a free agent at the end of the year, too, by the way. So I don't have to pay him $10 million.
That's true.
I'd still rather take my shot.
You'd still rather take the $10 million.
Mm-hmm.
But again, to me, that's a name. That's a name of a legitimate tradable player.
Yeah, well, the point is, those are the type of players you're going to be looking at to add if you're really trying to find this right-handed bat that really just isn't out there. Bader's a right-handed bat that can hit number 5 in your lineup, and you can even get creative with him if you want. Like, if you want to put Schwarber at leadoff, now Turner's starting to go a little bit here in the 2-hole. So I'm not going to move him out of the 2-hole.
No.
But let's say Turner was just struggling. I mean, theoretically, you could go Schwarber and put Bader in the 2-hole, and then Harper and Bohm and Turner could hit like 5th or something. I mean, I don't think they would do that, but you have more flexibility with Bader, I think, and he's a better outfielder. To me, he's a better outfielder than everybody that you're going to bring up. That's a big thing here because I don't think anybody offensively is going to be great, but the better outfielder part, I'm going to lean to Bader on.
All right, I'm going to give you another name. All right, again, I'm just giving you names. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but there was a guy rumored to the Phillies last trade deadline. He is currently on a 1-year deal. The problem with this player is, Mike, he bats left-handed.
Yeah.
But he also has 8 home runs this year, only batting .213.
Mm-hmm.
Only going to cost you proactively almost $8 million. So it will cost you a little less than Bader. Can play the outfield, but he's left-handed on a bad team right now. Talk about Jared Durant.
Going to have to give up too much. And that would take him out of the mix for me. Not a game changer, and I have to give up too much. So,
or do you?
Oh, I think if I'm the Red Sox, I'm probably still asking.
He's 29, turning 30 years old. He's in the final year of his contract. He's on a 1-year deal.
He's going to cost more than Bader,
right?
No question. He'll certainly cost more than Vierling.
Sure, but he's a name.
Yeah, he's a name, and it's a good name that you bring up. But he's left-handed. That's a hurt. Going to cost too much. That's a hurt. So I pass on that one as well.
All right. I'll keep searching.
I don't know that there's the Buxton one, I would take Buxton. I think I have to give up too much to get him. And then that, to me, probably puts him out of the mix. I don't think I have enough in my system to realistically get Buxton here. I just don't think I have enough guys that I'm going to have in my minor league system to say, okay, I'll take him. Now, you look at outfielders right now. Joe Adell, His name has come up a bunch over the years.
Mhm.
Probably going to cost a lot to get him, though. Not a lot, but, he's a guy that is out in L.A. with the Angels. I would imagine they would be willing to listen. Doesn't make a lot of money, and he is a free agent at the end of the year. So he would be somebody that you definitely call on. You have, let's see here, the list. You got Buxton, Gurriel, Brian Reynolds from Pittsburgh. His name has come up a lot over the years. Tyler Ward, Baltimore. I'm assuming Baltimore would be willing to listen. Austin Hayes, again. Brenton Doyle. We've heard his name a bunch over the
Yes.
last 2 years. Plays center field. The question with them is, if you're Colorado, I probably want, because they got Moniak out there, but Moniak's more of a platoon guy. Those are the list of the guys. Buxton, Gurriel, Reynolds, Ward, Hayes, Newt Barr, Adele, O'Neill Cruz, Brenton Doyle, Abreu from Boston. Interesting.
I got one more name for you. He's on a team that's probably going to be selling at the deadline, a team that is being talked about. They might have to overhaul their entire roster. 1-year contract, right-handed bat. I made sure I got the right-handed bat for you. So no less. It's going to probably cost you more than a Veerling or a Bader, but he also can play multiple positions. How about Ezekiel Duran from the Rangers?
It's funny. Somebody brought him up to me. We were having this conversation, I guess, over the weekend. Kind of your super, don't you have that right now with Sosa?
But I think you have more. Why not?
Yeah, but defensively, not. Again, I go back to the defensive
But
part.
he's a better bat.
I look at him as more of a middle infielder kind of guy, not as a guy who's going to go out there and play center field for you.
So you're saying he's too duplicitous with Sosa for you?
Yeah, like to me, he's not going to play. He's not going to go start and play center field or left field, right?
I mean, he could though. The other guy on the Rangers, I know you don't want because he's left-handed, is Jock Peterson. But
yeah, I'm out on any lefty bat. I mean, they could be better player, but I just don't have room for them. I don't have any place to really put him at this stage of the game. That's the problem there, right?
That's true.
609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Yes, he could play a little bit of outfield, but he's not a good outfielder. To me, the Bader thing still is one because he can play. And he's already shown me here he could play. Lou in EHC says, Mike, I'd make the deal for Bader in a heartbeat. 0 risk with potentially high reward. Bader's a clubhouse guy. He really wanted to stay in Philly. To me, it's a no-brainer. Thank you, Lou and EHT. We agree. Mike, you mentioned Byron Buxton numerous times. What would it take for the Twins season to start to fade? I don't know what it would take for their season to fade. That division stinks. You got a bunch of mediocre teams out there, so that's the problem. Those teams just kind of stay in it for a while because there's no clear. Weren't the White Sox?
The White Sox are number 2 in the division.
They were leading the league. Yeah, they were leading that division for a while. The Twins are only 5 back in the division. That one there, I think, is going to be tough, though, Phil, because I think the Twins will probably want too much. When we come back, it is the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Hear what Chris Canty had to say this morning about A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts. Don't go away. More Sports Bash coming up.
I don't think it's surprising to see the Philadelphia Eagles side with their franchise quarterback over their star wide receiver. The only question now becomes, what is Jalen Hurts without A.J. Brown? Because we quite literally have not seen him be a top-tier quarterback without A.J. Brown on the Eagles roster.
Chris Candy, our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the day. What is Jalen Hurts without A.J. Brown? Well, I got his stats for you right here. Without him, Jalen Hurts has played 34 games. Remember, he played a bunch of games his first season before they traded for A.J. Brown, and A.J.'s been hurt a handful of times over the years. And in those games, he has completed 61% of his passes for about 7.2 yards per catch. He averages 148 yards passing per game, 28 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, 87 quarterback rating. With Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown, he has completed 66% of his passes for 7.6 yards per catch, 82 touchdowns, 30 interceptions. He averages 217 yards a game. The yards per game, massive difference. The interception percentage without A.J. Brown, 2.1. With him, 1.8. The numbers are obviously much better with A.J. Brown than they are without him. So what is he without A.J. Brown? Unknown is the answer.
I would just say, in all those situations, Sean Mannion was not the coordinator.
Sean Mannion was not the coordinator. The offense was completely different. So those numbers there, I think you can certainly wonder. And by the way, Jalen Hurts, we always say he's a winner. Without A.J. Brown, he's 14, 19, and 1. He has not been as good without A.J. Brown. That's for sure. But Kai Lemon, not here before. Wicks, not here before. So how much does that add to this offense? Andrew DiCecco will answer the question coming up next right here on the Sports Bash. It's football at 4. It's on the way. You don't want to miss it. It's next on the Sports Bash. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. To watch all the big games like tonight's Western Conference Finals Game 6, you can listen to it on 97.3 ESPN and watch it at the Fanatics Sportsbook. Big screens, big bets. Game day hits different at Ocean. Football hits different, and so does Football at 4. And for the first time, we saw what the Eagles offense observations from Andrew DiCecco, who's covering the Birds for Inside the Birds, and he joins us now with a look at the Eagles OTAs. Now, how's it feel to see the team back on the field there, Andrew, after months of just conversation, to actually see the helmets and the guys out there?
It feels like all is right in the sports world.
I love it. All right, so give us a little observation on the offense of what we saw. You've been around this team for the last couple of years. I mean, everybody's like, is it noticeably different? What did you see from the offense that everybody wants to know about the changes that they're making?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's always important to note that OTAs are a portion of the offseason where you're doing some mixing and matching. You're installing, in this case, a new offense. So you never want to read too much into it. But there were plenty of observations to go off of, and I don't know where to start. I guess we'll start with the rookie third-round pick, Markel Bell, starting at right tackle in place of Lane Johnson, who wasn't there on Wednesday. And I thought for Jalen Hurts, there was a lot of under center looks, a considerable amount, I would say. And it makes sense, Mike, to do it right now, because the last thing you want to do is kind of shoehorn it in during training camp. You want to build this thing from the ground up. And a majority of his reps were under center. He was making quick decisions, getting the football out. Saquon Barkley was active as a receiver. Mekhi Lemon had a couple of receptions, had a drop on a crosser that he was open on, but it's all part of the process. And then defensively, I saw some interesting things in terms of how they were deploying certain players and personnel groupings and so on. But there's, football is back, man. There's a ton to gain from being there and really being able to absorb what's going on.
One thing that you just said that stood out to me, Barkley as a wideout. How much more do we anticipate the running backs, maybe not just particularly Barkley, but utilizing some of their skill sets in the pass game more in this offense?
Well, I'm curious to see how that develops, because it seems like whether it was DeAndre Swift, Miles Sanders, Saquon Barkley, Will Shipp, the running backs have always been a focal point in training camp and during OTAs and the passing game. But then when the regular season rolls around, they're not really incorporated in that capacity. So in an offense that's predicated on getting rid of the football quickly and it's going to be timing based, one would think that those outlet receivers, being the running backs here, would make a lot of sense to make sure you're involving them a little bit more consistently in the offense. But until I see it happen in the regular season, it's hard for me to believe that that's going to be, a mainstay within the offense.
The wide receivers, obviously A.J. Brown not there. The anticipation that he will not be here. When you see what's left over, what do you make of, and obviously you have a first-round pick out there. You've got a different room. Is the perception of, hey, more depth is better, or, hey, 2 top-end stars is better? What is the makeup of this room and how different it is from last year?
Well, anytime you subtract A.J. Brown, your team's going to be worse for it. But there's also another way you can look at it, and I kind of equate it to the modern NBA, where the old guard, it was predicated on building it upon star power. I look at the Miami Heat from years ago. Now you have to have depth, and that's something that plagued the Sixers. And the Eagles right now, they're going to be a team that's going to facilitate the ball to a number of different options. They have sort of like a basketball team of wide receivers. You have your Hollywood Brown, who's about 5'9". You have Dontavian Wick, who's 6'1". You have Devontae Smith, who can do a little bit of everything. You have Johnny Wilson, who's 6'6", and in an offense like this, where you're going to spread the ball around, I think that maybe it'll serve it. It'll be just fine, but make no mistake about it. You subtract A.J. Brown from your roster, I mean, that's a pretty big blow, and I still view him as an elite player at the position. But yeah, I like the depth that the Eagles have acquired over the offseason, and Dontavian Wicks was not there yesterday, but he was there on the first day, which was Tuesday, and so he has an understanding of this offense. And I think that he offers some upside here. The Eagles are clearly intrigued with him. That's why they traded for him. And Devontae Smith has been the number one receiver before. Go back to 2021. He's handled that responsibility in the past. So I have really no concern over his ability to kind of take the mantle there.
What is your thoughts on? We were just talking before you came on. We were reacting to a bite that asked and wonder what Jalen Hurts is without A.J. Brown, and his numbers are significantly different when A.J. does not play. So is A.J. Brown a necessity for Jalen Hurts to be successful?
I think A.J. Brown's a necessity for any quarterback because he's a top receiver. But I don't necessarily view it through that lens within this offense, or at least what we're expecting to see from this offense, because I think Devontae Smith is more than capable of being that top guy. And you add in Mekhi Lemon, who's going to thrive over the middle of the field, at least in theory. And you also have Dontavian Wicks, who's more of an underneath player who can work the short to intermediate levels. It's a really balanced group, and there's not so much pressure, I guess, on Jalen Hurts to facilitate the ball at his top receiver. You can spread it around and find the open guy, and that's going to be the main appeal for this offense. It should make life easier on the quarterback because you have those built-in decisions, you have those quick decision-making, and that's where timing becomes so paramount. But you're going to have a lot of players based on the route concepts that we're expecting Josh Grizzard and Sean Mannion to develop here, where it should, once if properly executed, open things up for the quarterback and make things a little simpler.
Andrew DiCecco, Football at 4, Birds back on the field, some reactions and observations. What'd you think about Lemon? I mean, just his speed, his size, his hands, his ability to corral. What was your first impressions of the rookie?
Compactly built, sharp route runner. And I think, I know I said it here, I said it elsewhere as well, that he reminds me a lot of Steve Smith and his body type and his competitiveness and ability to attack the football. And I do believe that his skill set translates favorably to this West Coast style. Now, how heavily the Eagles utilize the middle of the field remains to be seen, but he's someone that is going to be able to settle in and find the soft spots in zone. And I saw a little bit of that yesterday. Made a tough catch in traffic and then had to drop. And then there was a miscommunication on another instance that I can recall. But he looks the part, and I think that he's going to have an early impact on this team.
All right. I want to get your thoughts, too, when it comes to the last thing on the offense. We'll flip over to the defense after this. But, you know, one of the things on the offense that's going to be different this year is tight end, and how much different that tight end position and the usage of that tight end spot will be, because we've been hearing for years, like Goddard has more in him, and then he would get hurt. But is this an offense that, because we obviously saw Green Bay, the way they used their tight end, and then when he got hurt last year, that really hurt their offense. So what was your impression on how the tight end could change here?
There wasn't a ton to really base an opinion off of, but if I'm going off of some of the influences in the offense that he's coming from, with Tucker Kraft and Luke Musgrave, those two players there were heavily involved, both tight ends. And in a West Coast offense, tight ends are a focal point. And Dallas Goedert was on the receiving end of Jalen Hurts' best throw of the day. It was he rifled a pass over the middle, and you could clearly see that they have that rapport already, to me, in midseason form, because that's something that we see every offseason between those two. Johnny Mundt had a reception during team drills as the number 2 tight end working with the first team. So, yeah, I mean, there's not a ton that I'm dissecting here, but it is something that I'm expecting to be incorporated pretty heavily within this offense.
All right, let's go to the defense, because we all are looking forward to what Vic Fangio's unit will going to bring here. And last week about this time, he spoke and he talked about Cooper DeJean playing safety. And is that an eye-opening thing? Is that something that's not so wild? I mean, they've used him mostly as a corner because they play most of their defense nickel. But in the base defense, do you think we see more of Cooper DeJean playing strictly safety this year?
Well, the Eagles aren't in base very often, 8, 12, 15 plays, a game. But, it's not really a surprise. I look at Cooper's skill set. I think he can really thrive anywhere. He's a unicorn as far as defensive backs go, one of the best pure football players on the Philadelphia Eagles. And when he was coming out of the draft, I actually evaluated him as a safety. So he's just a really good tackler, has a good feel for space, reads the field well, has a knack for reading the eyes of the quarterback. And so, yeah, I do believe that'll be something that you'll notice him making an impact, but it's going to be very, very sporadic. They're not operating in base defense all that often.
All right. One of the guys you mentioned over at InsideTheBirds.com was veteran cornerback Jonathan Jones. And, as an under-the-radar signing here. But, that room with Woolen here now, I don't know where you're putting Cooper, if he's still included in that spot, Quinyon Mitchell. But you bring Jonathan Jones in here. Is he a guy that you think will have an under-the-radar role on this team?
Yeah, Cooper's a nickel and a safety. I don't necessarily view him as an outside corner, but Jonathan Jones, to me, could represent one of the Eagles' most under-the-radar free agent signings. And what I mean by that is this is a veteran corner who's played in 144 games, starting 78, played in 12 games, started 7 last season for Washington at 32 years old. He'll be 33 by September, but he's coming in with a lot of experience and positional versatility. And now you have someone that you feel a little bit more comfortable going to if an injury should arise at either, Quinyon, Cooper, or Rick Woolen, as opposed to last season when you were just toggling between Keely Ringo and Adoree Jackson. You could barely settle on a starting corner, let alone feel confident about your depth options. So I think Jonathan Jones, and yesterday he had a pick 6 of Andy Dalton. It's OTAs, but he made the play, and that's an encouraging sign. Smart football player, just a pro's pro, and he showed up and he delivered. So I like that signing, and I like it even more as long as he's able to stay healthy, because he did miss some time last year. He was on IR with a hamstring injury, something to keep an eye on as an older player, but someone who I think if healthy, he'll help the Eagles next season. And you hope you don't have to see him on the field, but he does give you that luxury.
Yeah, and then the safety spot. You got Makuba back there, a little glowing review on Marcus Epps last week. That was good to hear in terms of your Epps. Michael Carter, he's in the mix. One guy, I don't think he practiced yesterday, was the draft pick Cole Wisniewski, but Fangio didn't make any mention of him. Andre Sam, I know he's a guy that you've liked over the years. So the other safeties in that spot, Epps and Carter and Andre Sam, what is your read on the safety spot now that you got a chance to kind of see everybody out there?
Yeah, so first, Makuba looked he looked as his normal self before the injury. He was moving around really well. He headlines this group, of course, big season for him entering year 2. But I'm more curious to see how the depth shakes out. And you mentioned Marcus Epps. He's a veteran player. He got the nod to start 7-on-7s and team drills alongside Drew Makuba. And then the second team was comprised of Michael Carter II, who's an interesting player, does have a lot of prior history with Joe Casper. They were at Duke together, and they spent some time together last season. So there's obviously confidence there that he can translate to this position. Just a little bit more on the undersized build. It was him and Andre Sam as the second team safeties. The third team was Brandon Johnson and Maximus Pulley. Brandon Johnson, a second-year player, Maximus Pulley, an undrafted free agent. And you mentioned Wisniewski was not there. Well, he was there, but he didn't practice. So with an undisclosed ailment.
Yeah.
So that's their safety room right now. And I think you owe it to these players to go out there and, at least prove it to the coaching staff that they need to look for external help. You want to see what you have first before you go looking for a reinforcement. And right now, everything, we're still very early into this process, and that's the group that they're at the moment going to take into training camp.
Yeah, you wrote that according to the eye test anyway, Nolan Smith, Cooper DeJean, Tank Bigsby look like they're bigger guys. Nolan Smith, an interesting guy, obviously got into a little trouble with the speeding ticket the other day. Big season for him. Is Smith a guy that is kind of on notice this year? Like, this is a big year for him.
I'd also add Ty Robinson to that list. He looks like he added some strength to him over the offseason.
Tackle.
Yeah, defensive tackle. For Nolan Smith, this is a big year for him. J-Lux Hunt, in my opinion, has sort of leaped him in the pecking order, but that's going to be a really interesting battle to keep an eye on in training camp, because it's not a surefire determination that J-Lux Hunt's going to be the edge rusher opposite Jonathan Grenard, I think he has a little bit more upside. But Nolan Smith, if he goes out there and he really performs and he gives you 9-10 sacks, I mean that's a luxury, and he could really state his case to command a long-term deal for the Eagles as well. But with Nolan, I think pound for pound, he's one of the more physical edge rushers in the game. He throws his body around much in the mold of a throwback player, and he just hasn't been able to stay healthy. So that's an area of concern there. And maybe as the third edge rusher in this instance, it would take some of the miles and some of the tread on the tire off and preserve him more for the stretch down at the end of the season and keep him fresh. So that's kind of the way that I'm viewing it right now. I think J-Lux Hunt right now has more of the inside track to be that number 2.
All right, very good. Last guy I want to ask you about is Woolen, the free agent acquisition, who obviously is a big dude to play corner. When you see him in that with those other corners, he's got to stand out.
Yeah, he's really stands apart from all of the defensive backs, and you don't see many 6'4" corners. And I can tell you, seeing him in person, Mike, yeah, he's every bit of 6'4". He used his length to his advantage on one occasion where Devontae Smith got behind him down the sideline. The pass was underthrown, and Woolen didn't necessarily have the best position, but he kind of got his, he used his length to deflect the pass away. And when Vic Fangio offers praise in the way that he did about Riq Woolen, one thing that the audience should know is that Vic Fangio doesn't offer hollow praise. And if it's warranted, he's going to say it. And so when he says those things and was curious as to how Woolen didn't have a larger market in free agency, that tells you how he views the player. And so I think that his skill set, if he's able to be technically sound and detailed and really takes to the system, he's going to be a big option, a big time option for this team. And I kind of view him as an X factor, because if he is settled in and entrenched in that cornerback spot opposite Quinyon Mitchell, it just provides so much more optionality for what Vic Fangio can do in terms of deploying his personnel. So I think, the first look we had of Riq Woolen on the field, he checked off a lot of boxes.
I know, as you mentioned, Vic Fangio said, they had some interest in him last year at the trade deadline. And then when he became a free agent, he mentioned he was surprised that he didn't get a multiple-year deal. 1 year, $12 million to come play for the Eagles. Tomorrow they're back on the field. Next week, a couple more days. Then the mandatories the following week. Football at 4 will be all over it. And the guys from the Inside the Birds podcast have plenty more. Andrew has a ton of coverage at InsideTheBirds.com. So make sure you check that out. And, of course, right here on the Football at 4 Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Andrew, we'll talk to you next week, pal.
Thanks, Mike. Take care.
There's Andrew. And, of course, tomorrow, Adam Kaplan will be here. What is he hearing about what he saw at the first couple of OT on the field tomorrow? And we'll be all over that as well here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Andrew DiCecco does such a good job of covering not only, the draft class and the free agent guys and the young players and the young guys coming in here. I also think that Riq Woolen, when you take a look at his size, 6'4" at corner, him and Quinyon Mitchell, now you have two physical, Woolen, a much more bigger physical guy. Quinyon Mitchell has been just a tremendous. I mean, Quinyon Mitchell has been such a find for this team. Whoever thought when they drafted Quinyon Mitchell? Remember, they had the choice between him and Terrion Arnold, and Arnold went to Alabama, and Mitchell went to Toledo. And you're like, ooh, you took the MAC guy over the SEC guy. Well, it worked out, right? Mitchell's unbelievable. Coming up, Josh's jerky for today. Nick's off. Nick will be tomorrow with me. We're going to be at the LPGA tomorrow. Stop out and see us at ShopRite LPGA at McGettigan's 19th hole. We'll be there tomorrow for the show. So stop out tomorrow 2 to 6 at McGettigan's 19th hole for the LPGA. Opening round is tomorrow, and the Sports Bash will be there for our annual live broadcast. And Nuggets will be live. He's back off vacation. Coming up, Josh's jerky is in for the Nugs. Also in the 5 o'clock hour, our Phillies Fastball. Oscar and Jeff will join the Phillies conversation. Spectacular Sanchez sweep of the Padres, getting ready for the Dodgers. Dodgers are all banged up, by the way. They've been banged up, hurt. By the way, Phillies swept the Padres. First time the Padres got swept all year. First time they got swept by the Phillies since 2024. Seventh shutout for the Phillies in May. Most shutouts in a month since 1951. Think about that. That's how good the Phillies pitching has been. That helps you win a lot of games, doesn't it? Jeez. Even if you can't score, sometimes you can score one run and you're shutting everybody out. All right, Josh's Jerky's coming up next. We'll see what he's got for me today. Stick around. The Sports Batch is coming back. All right, 428 Sports Smash. No Nuggets today, but we got another day of jerky. A little healthier, right? What's healthier, Nuggets or jerky?
That's how it's made.
Processed beef stick,
Right.
jerky stick, or nuggets.
Source material.
Grilled nuggets,
it's all
like
about
Chick-fil-A grilled nuggets.
It's all about the source material, Mike.
Yeah.
Where are you getting it from?
Well, Nuggets will be back tomorrow. We're going to be live over at the LPGA, so stop out and see us over there tomorrow, and he'll be back with some more Knicks Nuggets. Today, we got another day of Josh's jerky. What do we got?
So I know you enjoyed the either or options we did last week. Now, again, I don't know if I'll ever be able to outperform that because that's the most compliment you've ever given me my entire 11 years working here. So, but we're going to try to do a little follow up of you got to choose. That's what we're going to call this one. So, Josh's jerky is the title of it is You Must Choose. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm going to give you some scenarios and you have to make a decision. So, we were talking about the Phillies starting pitching earlier in the day, right? So, here's the scenario. Game 1 of the playoffs, Phillies starter. I'm going to give you a couple of either ors, and you have to pick one or the other. All right?
Mm-hmm.
So your first choice to start game 1, you either must pick Zach Wheeler or Roy Halladay.
That's a tough one. Obviously, Halladay no-hitter in a playoff game. Wheeler has been one of the best postseason performers in Major League history. I mean, he's been so dominant. I feel like you can't go wrong, obviously, in this situation, right? You're like, but I did witness in person a no-hitter from Halladay. That being said, 12 games for Wheeler, 2.18 ERA, 0.7 whip. Now he's 4-3 in those games.
Right.
So he's pitched really well, and the team has still lost. That's a pretty darn good number, though. The 0.7 whip means essentially like he's not putting anybody on base. Now, when you flip over to Halladay, including the fact that he did throw a no-hitter in the playoffs, doesn't have a lot of postseason experience, just the 2 years, 2.37 ERA. He also has a 0.7 whip. He's 3-2 in those games. Can't really say that you're giving the wrong answer here, but I'm going to go with Halladay because of the no-hitter. The two numbers are about the same. The ERA and the whip about the same across the board. The no-hitter puts it over the top. Halladay would be my guy.
All right. So now your game 2 starter for the playoffs. You have to pick one or the other. Kurt Schilling or Cole Hamels?
Big Hamels guy. Schilling, huge postseason performer, as was Hamel, but only for one run. So that being said, this one is a little less talking out. Now, that being said, too, keep in mind the playoffs for Schilling, his best playoff runs were with other teams for the most part, especially Arizona.
But it's not his fault the Phillies stunk from 95 to 99.
In 93 with the Phillies, though, he was pretty good in that World Series run. He was excellent in Arizona. You could make an argument that the Arizona run is better than Hamel's run. So I would go with Schilling over Hamels for game 2. Hamels really only had the one playoff run. Other than that, I don't remember him being very good in the playoffs. 09, he was rough. I'm trying to remember. I mean, he had the start in 11 where he threw a shutout, actually, a 6-inning shutout in the game in the 11. For Texas, he pitched in the playoffs. But I mean, the run that he had in 08 was the one. That's the one. He was terrible in 09. He was awful that year. So I'll go Schilling over Hamels.
Yeah, 09, Pedro had to save the Phillies pitching staff for some of those rounds.
Terrible.
All right, game 3, playoff starter. You got to pick one. Cristopher Sanchez or Cliff Lee?
Tough one. Obviously, these are all going to be tough, but Cristopher Sanchez has really started to carve his path out now as well as a playoff performer. So Cliff Lee, we know, had the loss, and I can't get past that one. So this one, to me, almost without even kind of doing any research on this one, I might have to just strictly go Cristopher Sanchez. Sanchez has pitched in 4 playoff games, 2.79 ERA, 1.08 WHIP. The Lee game that he coughs up a 4-run lead will always stick out to me as the one that got away. So Sanchez over Lee.
All right, so that means your game 4 choices of who's left over, because your game 1 starter is Roy Halladay, your game 2 is Curt Schilling, your game 3 is Cristopher Sanchez. So that means you must pick your game 4 starter from these 3 leftovers: Zach Wheeler, Cliff Lee, Cole Hamels.
That was going to have to be Wheeler, because Wheeler would have been my number 1 had he not been up against Halladay. He would have beat out pretty much everybody else. So Wheeler gets the nod as the guy of those 3 guys there.
So if it was the World Series of all-time Phillies playoff pitchers of the last 30 years, your rotation would be Halladay game 1, Schilling game 2.
Well,
Sanchez.
you set them up in the slots.
I did.
Yeah.
But sometimes, what if
I would
Wheeler,
probably go Halladay in game 1, Wheeler in game 2.
I didn't give you that option.
I know. I'm saying you set up those slots.
Because what if Wheeler closed out the previous series?
By the way, Cliff Lee in 09, 4-0 with a 156 ERA.
He was great in 09.
08 WHIP.
He was great.
He was great in 10 with Texas. In 11 with the Phillies, not so much.
Not so much.
The 11 series against St. Louis stands out. That's the one that bounces him. But in 09, he was about as good as you're going to get.
So my final question, because your rotation is Halladay, Schilling, Sanchez, Wheeler. That means I have Cliff Lee and Cole Hamels in the bullpen.
Cliff Lee, Cole Hamels in the bullpen. Okay.
So if I have to call on let's say one of my starters gets a little sideways, who are you calling in for the bullpen? Tie game. Cliff Lee, Cole Hamels. I got to eat innings. Get me to the closer.
Probably Lee. I mean, Hamels is, believe me, is one of my favorite pitchers. He had you 08. But other than 08, he was never a Cy Young type of pitcher. He was always just a good pitcher who had that run in 08.
Pitcher.
Lee in 09, that guy there,
stud,
number 1. And therefore, I would go Lee over Hamels.
All right, there we go. We figured out the Phillies postseason situation.
Somewhat. Now, can I get Lidge to close the game out?
Hey,
the 08 version.
I mean, if you get the Lidge 08 version, I mean, you might as well get Madsen 08 too to be the bridge.
Right.
All right, next topic. If the salary cap was not a concern, okay, so no worrying about contracts, money, da-da-da. Which New York Knicks player would you add to the 76ers roster? Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart, or OG Anunoby? You must choose one.
Yeah, it's between Hart and Anunoby. Bridges would be the odd man out for this one here. I think Anunoby's probably the better all-around player. Hart just seems like the kind of guy that's on the team that wins. Right? I mean, I don't think Hart's the better player than Anunoby. I would probably say just better player, give me Anunoby. But for the intangibles of the team that I'm saying I need, now you said salary cap. Hart doesn't make a lot of money either. None of those guys. Well, Anunoby, I guess.
Anunoby makes a good chunk of money. So does Bridges.
But I would go with Hart. I mean, why? He does all the things that the Sixers don't. He hustles. He rebounds. He hits the big shot. He's always in the play. He wins. And you would say, well, the Knicks haven't won anything. You're right. They haven't won anything. And Anunoby did win. I mean,
hey, guess what? The Knicks, it does something the Sixers haven't. They've got in the NBA Finals.
They are in the NBA Finals. And by the way, I think they have a shot to win these NBA Finals, especially if they play the Spurs. Now, I think the Thunder will win tonight and end that series. But I think the Knicks have really proven to me that they are a lot better than I probably would have given them credit for. And not that I thought they stunk. When they played the Sixers, remember, we had Sal Licata on the show. He picked the Sixers in 7.
He did.
There were people who were worried about the Knicks. Remember, they lost their first 2 games against the Hawks, and people wanted Brown fired, and they got to blow the team up, and they haven't lost since. And one of the things, we thought, hey, Embiid and Cat, Embiid has had a lot of great games against Cat in the past. And could the Knicks, the last time they played the Sixers, they shot the lights out in that series. Could they continue to do, shoot at such a high level? And here they are. They haven't lost since those conversations. But Sal Licata from the Sal Licata Show in New York, he picked the Sixers in 7 on our show. So this Knicks team is far better. Now, I will say this. They ran through the Sixers. They ran through the Cavs. They ain't running through one of these 2 teams. These 2 teams are not going to just say, okay, we've lost. You're going to blow us away. They're going to have to find ways to win these games every single night. But I do think they have a shot to make the NBA Finals an all-timer.
Well, it's an interesting answer considering a question we have a little bit later here in Josh's Jerky You Must Choose. But the next topic, we will shift to another sport. So for those who may not have heard or seen, a couple of former Flyers have reached the Stanley Cup Finals. Former goaltender Carter Hart, along with former head coach John Tortorella, are part of the Golden Knights.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking about this the other day, Mike. Which former Flyers goaltender would you bring back to Philadelphia? Carter Hart or Sergei Bobrovsky?
Bobrovsky is starting to get a little older now.
He is.
So,
he was on a bad team this year,
which is wild because they had won the Stanley Cup and
they were completely injured. That's why.
Right. I'm saying, but the fact that they just kind of fell apart, he has been the goalie for that team through all of this run. Carter Hart, a lot younger, got himself into some trouble, and I don't really even know that he got out of the trouble. I don't know what happened with that whole situation. Just seemed to kind of just go away seemingly. Bobrovsky's 37 years old, though.
He is.
So in that, if that's being factored in here, decline this season, age, Carter Hart would probably be the player. I don't know about the person. If I'm not judging the person, and in the world that we live in today, I'm trying to stay out of the lane of having to judge human beings because I think we would be running out of them.
Well, my thing is that one, if we're assuming Vladar did enough to start, Bobrovsky could be the backup and you'd be thrilled.
Yeah, I didn't take that you were asking the question in that realm, though.
I'm just saying however you want to take it. If you don't want to take it that way.
Carter Hart wasn't the starter either. I mean, he was the second guy, and they just got to put him in there. How old is Carter Hart now? He sat out for like 2 years?
I feel like he's got to be.
He is 27 years old now, so he's 27, 10 years younger.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah. I mean, he was up here for a while. He came up with the Flyers when he was 20.
He did.
Yeah. He missed the 24-25 season. So he missed all of last year, and he missed most of the 23-24 season with the Flyers. Right? He basically sat out the rest. So he played 18 games this year with Vegas. Now in the playoffs, he has played 16 games. He is 12-4.
Yeah, he's been the hot goalie.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to wonder, is it just this run? Can he do it long term?
He actually, with the Flyers a couple of years ago, he played 14 games. He was 9-5 with a .926 save percentage. Right now, his save percentage with Vegas in this run is .922. So he actually had a better save percentage in that run. Flyers. Now he gave up 2.2 goals a game. Now 2.23 goals a game. Then. So 2.22 goals a game now, 2.23 back then. The Flyers' problem is, as always, they just don't have a score. They don't score. He was a pretty good tender here during that run. Now, he kind of, when he was drafted, he was supposed to be the guy that was going to fix all their goalie problems, and we don't know that.
And maybe he could have been if it wasn't for the legal issue.
Correct. We don't know that it would have ever got to there because he never really got to hit his prime.
Yeah. All right. Next on Josh's Jerky, you must choose. This is a little more of like a couple of fun topics here, less hyper specific to the. But so, correct me if I'm wrong. So the team that you coach is Babe Ruth level, correct?
Yeah, 13, 14, 15, 16. But that's for the regular season. For the All-Stars, I only do 13.
All right. Well, take this however you want. Okay. This is open for your interpretation.
Okay.
Which of these two former Phillies managers would you trust your team with? Let's say you said, you know what, guys, this year I'm just going to be the general manager and I'm going to let this guy coach the team for the rest of the year.
That's essentially what I am now. My assistant does a lot of the.
Okay, well, your assistant's getting bumped for one of these guys.
That's when we put our coaching staff together. That's what they call me, the GM.
Fine, but whatever you want to call it, whoever is under you, you're telling them this older gentleman is going to come in and he's going to coach these kids from now until the end of this year.
Okay.
Rob Thompson,
yeah,
or Terry Francona.
Oh, definitely Francona. There's no question here.
Oh,
Francona.
wow.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Francona, he has won in Boston. Very difficult to do.
Sure.
Went to Cincinnati, Cleveland, and won in those places. Not World Series, but two smaller market teams, won with them. I think Francona is Thompson, what he is good at is, I don't know that, Thompson's strengths are not the X's and O's and all that stuff.
Neither is Francona, by the way.
No, but I definitely think that he has had a track record of winning much more than Thompson has here. So, and Francona has worked with all different types of teams, and
that's true.
Young guys and older guys. The Topper's group of guys have generally been the same group of guys. My team's different every year.
Right.
So Francona would be more apt to that.
To that system.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to sit back and imagine for a moment, you're not in the dugout. You're sitting next to the dugout and you're watching Terry Francona run your
Well, anybody who's ever watched me coach a game, I am very, very laid back. I would be more on the Rob Thompson level of
Terry's kind of laid back too. So.
Yeah, I mean, even like right now, Mattingly. I like watching Mattingly. He's just kind of sitting there watching the game, and he says, "Look, this is the lineup today. You know, it is either hit or we don't hit today, or we pitch well, we don't pitch well today." Yeah, I would classify myself as a very laid back. I like to at 13 years old, you try to give them that they don't have to worry about getting yelled at or screamed at or anything if they make a mistake. They want to feel comfortable that they can make a mistake and not feel it's going to be the end of their playing time.
Right. All right. I got a couple more choices for you.
So under that premise, maybe I should go to Topper.
Maybe you should. Well, listen, let's hit the break real quick. I got 3 more either or choices for you on the other side.
We'll have that coming up at 5:30 tomorrow night. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phillies Fastball in 13 minutes. Plus, Nick Cattles from the Locked On Patriots podcast joins me at 5:30 tonight. Don't go away. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Sports Bash back with you. 451 for Josh's Jerky. We have a couple of more to go through here.
Yeah, so now we're leading to the experience category. I know you're big on your experience, but these are maybe experiences you would not necessarily choose if you wanted to choose them. Okay. So, would you rather spend the day? That's each of these categories. Ready? Would you rather spend the day fishing with Ben Simmons or spend the day playing Call of Duty with Joel Embiid?
Oh, fishing with Ben Simmons.
Okay.
I'm not a gamer, so.
You're not really a fisherman either.
Yeah, but at least I enjoy myself out on the boat. Okay. I love going out on the boat. I watch Simmons fish if he feels like I don't even have to wet a line, but Call of Duty, awful. I was terrible at that game. I actually have played it before.
Okay.
My brother-in-law and I used to play all the time, and we were both pretty terrible, but I was more terrible than he was. And, yeah, I'm not a gamer. I'm almost 50, by the way. You know.
Joel Embiid's a
I
big-
can see 47-year-old man out there like, I'm still playing Call of Duty.
All right. Would you rather spend the day at a horse racing event with Jason Worth or spend an entire day playing golf with Jason Kelsey?
Definitely the horse racing is I love going to the races. I stink at golf. So by those breakdowns, I've been to the Preakness, had a blast. Been to Saratoga multiple times, loved it. Used to love going to the Atlantic City racetrack. This one's not difficult. Horse racing with Jason Wood.
Finally, so this was actually inspired by your boy CM Punk, who is not a Vegas Golden Knights fan, but he went to the clinching game.
Big Blackhawks fan.
He's a huge Blackhawks fan, but he wanted to go to the Vegas Golden Knights game. He wanted to experience it. He had a good time, by the way. So, inspired by CM Punk, would Mike Gill rather go to Stanley Cup Finals Game 7 in Vegas or NBA Finals Game 7 at Madison Square Garden?
Not much of a choice on this one. I'm going MSG. I mean, we're talking about a historic building. Been to Vegas, wasn't like, wow, although was more impressive than I had in my mind. I don't think, although go to a game there, I hear is pretty cool. Now, the question would be, would I want to go to a game at OK? I think we're going to go Vegas or OKC because that crowd, they get into it.
They do.
They
The
get
Vegas
into it.
fans are nuts too.
They are. But I got to go to the Garden. Come on.
All right.
I can't. I've only been to the Garden once. Just like a random regular season game when the Super Bowl was in Jersey. We did the Radio Row. We went to a Knicks game at the Garden that night. It was just some random regular season. It's the only time I've ever been in the Garden. I actually didn't go to a game. The Golden Knights were not in town when we were in Vegas for the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. But definitely going MSG over Vegas on that one. More Sports Bash coming up. Phillies Fastball is next. special. Stop out and see the show live for Phillies Day Game Baseball. A week from today, Phillies and Padres. They just swept the Padres. First time the Padres have been swept this season, and the first time the Phillies swept the Padres going back to 2024. 7th shutout in the month of May. They beat the Padres 3-0, but a historic day for Cristopher Sanchez. 44 and 2/3 consecutive scoreless inning. He breaks Grover Cleveland Alexander's franchise record of 41 innings scoreless. That goes all the way back to 1893. That's when they moved the mound. It's the second longest streak by any player in the last 35 years. Zach Greinke has that mark right now that Sanchez is trying to pass. Oral Hershiser has the all-time mark. I got my guys, Oscar and Jeff, here for today's Phillies Fastball. We're going to discuss where Cristopher Sanchez sits in the pantheon of Phillies greatness, boys. And obviously, he's got 3 years under his belt where he's really been a really, really good pitcher. We threw out about 10 names earlier in the show. Are we ready to put Cristopher Sanchez into another stratosphere when we're talking about Phillies history right now? Boys, Jeff, you look like you're at the ballpark. Where are you at, Reading or Lehigh tonight?
I'm in Reading to see Gage Wood's debut. Dave Dombrowski is here. A lot of the members of the front office are here. They've been here most of this week. It's been a pretty good night. It's not just Gage Wood they're looking at. They're looking at Dante Nori, Brian McCone, who's going to be back later this week. They'll be looking at him, Alex Pinellas, Alex McFarland. There's a lot of good players here in Reading.
Mike is always where the important people are. You know how it is.
Yes. Gage Wood obviously has been promoted. This will be his second start for Reading, right?
This will be his second start, but his first one at First Energy Stadium. So it's a pretty big night for the Phillies front office.
All right. Well, you hope that Gage Wood could get into this conversation sometime, Oscar. Cristopher Sanchez, this is a guy who got traded for. It was a trade that nobody had any anticipation that you were going to get this guy here. Where has he put himself in Phillies history?
Wow. Look, I just want to let's put our brakes on for a second. I mean, he's doing an amazing job. He's done an amazing job over the last 3 years with this team. But putting him on the where the Robin Roberts of this world, the Steve Carlton or the Grover Alexanders, or I even include Cole Hamels in that list, because what Cole Hamels won you a World Series. I mean, if Cristopher Sanchez wins this year a World Series, I'm willing to put him in the top 5 of Phillies all time. But look, I do believe he's in the right path. But let's hold our horses a little bit in terms of putting him with the greatest pitcher in the history of the Phillies.
Well, Jeff, we were talking about this. Right now, Hamels had the one run where he won the World Series and he won the MVP of the NLCS and the World Series. But other than that, he didn't have a Cy Young level season. He had that one great playoff run. The one thing that Sanchez has that makes him interesting, he finished number 2 in the Cy Young last year, and there's a good possibility that he's going to be in the top 3, if not win it this year. So his highest highs are better than some of the other. Now, when we looked at it today on our show, Oscar, we cut it off at 1980 because we figured most people in our audience really didn't see people pitch before that. So Carlton made the conversation. But you can make a strong argument that Sanchez passes over some guys because he's now had 3 really, really strong seasons, Jeff. So what about you on Sanchez?
Well, if we're looking at the month of May, this is probably the greatest month any Phillies pitcher has ever had. And remember, Cliff Lee has 0.21 ERA in, I think it was June or August of 21. I can't remember. They were both incredible months. But if I'm going over from May, just this month, this is the best 56. This is the best games. After 56 games, this is the best start for a pitcher in the live ball era in Phillies history. I mean, 1.47 ERA is incredible. What Sanchez has been able to do, and look, he's a 3-pitch pitcher, and he's dominating with all 3 of them, right? He didn't think he was that good in April, and he had 2.91 ERA. And we talked about on here. If I'm comparing him, if I'm just comparing the month, it's the best month we've ever seen for a pitcher. All time.
Look, there's 1 month. I was talking to Tim Kelly. He brought up, one of his followers sent this about Steve Carlton in August of 1972. when he won his triple crown and the Cy Young with 27 wins. He had a month August of 1972, 6-0, 104 ERA, 63 strikeouts in 60 innings, and he threw 3 shutouts and 5 complete games. I mean, guys, that was incredible, dude.
And that year, Steve Carlton won 27 of the team's 59 games. Like the 1972 Phillies were garbage, but they won every time he pitched. Essentially, did it's just that's probably the greatest season we're ever going to see from a Phillies pitcher, honestly. But I mean, look, Cristopher Sanchez is still writing his story, and he wasn't a top prospect like Cole Hamels. He wasn't a future Hall of Famer like Steve Carlton. They got in a trade. He wasn't Roy Halladay those 2 years he was dominant here. So he's still kind of writing his story, but I think it is fair to say this may be one of the best trades the Phillies have ever made.
Oh,
Mike,
my Lord.
So, listen to this, Mike. So, I'm a fan of your show. I was listening to the beginning of your show today, and I thought an interesting question was when Ranger Suarez brought up. Is Ranger Suarez a better pitcher based on what he did with the team than Cristopher Sanchez? And probably Cristopher, what he's done over the last 3 years, he probably surpassed them because of how elite he's been. But Ranger was a very, very valuable pitcher, and particularly, look, I want to see Cristopher pitching like Ranger Suarez in the postseason, and then we can talk.
You know what I don't want to see? I don't want to see Cristopher Sanchez go down the Oral Hershiser road, since he's in the conversation now with this, like longest scoreless things. Remember, Oral Hershiser was really, really good for about 4 or 5 years. He was dominant for 2 or 3 of them, like Sanchez was. And then he was kind of okay. He pitched, 17 years, but he was okay toward the end or the last 10. I don't want to see that happen with Cristopher Sanchez.
Well, all these guys, I mean, Sanchez really has 3 seasons, and we all think this one's, we'll get into his Cy Young candidacy. Right now, he is the favorite to win the Cy Young. Cliff Lee pitched 5 years here. His last season was not very good. The first year he was here, he only pitched about 11 games. So it's really the other 3 years. Lee and Sanchez are starting to kind of get onto that conversation of, all right, you put those guys in a conversation, who wins that? And then you got a guy like Aaron Nola, who, look, I know Nola right now, but he has been a Philly for 12 years, and 9 of those years have been pretty solid. He finished top 5 in the Cy Young multiple times, so that's not overlooked Nola either in this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a big believer in the postseason, Mike. I mean, I do believe the postseason in a lot of times weights more than the regular season. And what you look at what Cliff Lee did, and with a lot of Nola, I mean, you talk about Nola. Nola to me is durability. I mean, what that guy has done, the amount of innings that guy has pitched for this team, I mean, excluding the last 2 years where we know he's been off, you got to value that. I mean, that guy went to St. Louis and won us that second game in St. Louis. I mean, that is very, very valuable. He won us in 2022, the last game that we needed to win in order against the Astros to be able to make it to the postseason. Look, those are valuable things that I think Cristopher is on his way, but I want to see him doing it over a longer period of time for me to consider him in the top 5 of Phillies history, or at least since 1980.
Yeah, the other guys on that list would be a guy like Kurt Schilling. Zach Wheeler has got to be. You put Zach Wheeler firmly on that list of the 5 guys. I mean, you're watching right now what Wheeler's doing this year, and he's kind of getting overshadowed a bit by Cristopher Sanchez. But Wheeler, we talk about the trade, Jeff. You just brought, or Oscar, you said the trade, maybe one of the best, or maybe it was you, Jeff, that said one of the best trades ever. Nobody thought when they signed Zach Wheeler that they were getting this guy.
No. When they signed Zach Wheeler, it's like, okay, maybe he's a number 2, right? At the time it was, Noah's 1, Wheeler's 2. No, Zach Wheeler ended up becoming the best pitcher in baseball since he signed with the Phillies. That might be one of the best free agent signings the Phillies have ever had. But yeah, I'm still amazed at, and I want to add the Oscars postseason thing here too, right? I think for a pitcher, it means more in the postseason because you control the game. That's what got Jesus Luzardo paid, right? Because of what he did in that game too, in the NLDS. Cristopher Sanchez was great in the postseason last year. He was thrown to the fire in Game 4 of the 2023 NLCS. But besides that, he's been a really good pitcher for this team for a lot of years, and you never had to worry about him. Like, it's Cole Hamels made his mark in the postseason. Roy Halladay did. Cliff Lee is known for something else in the postseason, blowing the 4-0 lead. But Cristopher Sanchez has been really, really good for this team now for multiple years. And
I mean, look at Cliff Lee. I'm looking at the Cliff Lee stats. The first 4 starts with the Phillies in the postseason, 9 innings, 1
Unbelievable.
run, 7 innings and a third and 1 earned run, 8 innings, no runs, 9 innings, one unearned run. I mean, that's incredible. And then he what you said.
And that's what. Yeah, and that's what we keep trying to tell people, with this team. And we can play about the offense a lot, and the offense is the reason why they lose. But when you got Cristopher Sanchez and Zach Wheeler pitching game 1 or 2, you got to like that team's chances no matter what.
And Luzardo proved a lot last year in the postseason as well.
Yeah. By the way, is Luzardo who is your 3? Think about that. Teams would love to have Jesus Luzardo as their number 3 starter.
Yeah, well, I remember last year, as we got to August and September, you were trying to see how the Phillies were going to stack their rotation. And without Wheeler, did they want to go with 3 straight lefties? Suarez, Luzardo, obviously Sanchez at the top. Now you split those guys up with Wheeler, and you could go with Sanchez, Wheeler, Luzardo as your number 3, right? I mean, you now have it where you don't have to pitch the lefties all 3 games, which allows the other team to go with a right-handed lineup.
I mean, look to me. I think we have our starting. I mean, our pitching overall. We might need another reliever. We'll see what happens at the trading deadline and how effective they are, and if nobody gets injured. Our pitching staff, World Series ready. I think the bigger question on this team is the hitting. I mean, can we hit consistently during the postseason to be able to win? And that's basically it. I mean, this team is going to make the postseason. There's no doubt about that. So the bigger question comes on the hitting, but the pitching of this team is absolutely elite. I mean, using Dave Dombrowski's words.
We all agree with that comment there. The pitching, we don't have a lot of worry about. Jeff Kerr, let's go to you. McCutchen got DFA'd. Oscar, you said a perfect short-term fit. This is our text chain as we get ready for Phillies Fastball. McCutchen DFA'd. Oscar, you like it?
I do like it. I mean, look, it's a guy that has experience. He's been there. Remember what he did to us last year? He won a game by himself. I mean, he beat us last year, and look, he's better than what we have right now.
This year he beat us. This year he beat the Phillies.
Was it this year or last year?
Well, no, last year he did. He hit the 300th career home run. Remember that? And then this year with Texas, he had a home run on the Sunday game.
No, that's what it was. I was remembering the home run in Texas. Look, this guy brings you experience. It will help in the clubhouse. You need a more veteran presence, particularly in that bench. You need somebody. I mean, I'm not going to call him Matt Stairs, but you need somebody that has experience that can come in a situation that has been there before in a pressure situation and can get you a big hit at a big moment. And to me, is more valuable than developing a guy that you're going to play him once a week.
Yeah, you need to improve this bench. I'm with Oscar on this. You need to improve this bench. This is what, a 2-month rental at most? Bring him in. Just see what he got. He can platoon in left field. He can play there again. He can still do that. Probably helps Brandon Marshall. Probably helps Justin Crawford out. He's a consummate professional. You already know what you're getting in Andrew McCutchen because he's been part of this clubhouse before. And to be honest, I'd like to see Andrew McCutchen make a run out of the World Series. He never really had the opportunity to do that. He would with this team.
That's true.
Well, and guys, so we brushed on this yesterday. I tweeted it out today. 21,000 messages later. I brought up just hypothetically about Harrison Bader because my point on this was more you're buying so low, pennies on the dollar. If I have to give up anything, I'm out on the deal. But if I just say literally, I'll take the contract off your hands and play him in center field. Crawford goes to left. Marsh goes to right. Now I got Adolis as my 4th outfielder. He comes in late innings to play right field. Marsh goes over to left. Now my outfield is Marsh, Bader, and Garcia. I mean, do you guys not take a shot on bringing him back to see if he can even hit 250, which is better than Garcia's hitting?
I do it in July, Mike. I would do it in July. Not now. I would do it at the right time. It's definitely a consideration. There's no doubt about that. It's definitely a consideration. It's kind of running it back, but running it back for a shorter period of time. And we know how effective he was. And look, you never know if that guy would not have gotten hurt. You never know if the Phillies could have won that series against the Dodgers.
Yeah. I mean, I know, listen, I was not a proponent of bringing Bader back here on multiple years, but they've already paid half the first year off. You've been spending $10 million a year on outfielders. You might as well roll the dice with a guy who actually was productive for you while he was here, right?
Absolutely.
No. I agree with that, right? And Harrison Bader's got a lot to prove again because he could be playing for his next contract. He could be playing for his career. That's what got him paid by the Giants, what he did those 2 months with the Phillies. And I tried to tell people this, Mike. I know you did too. Oscar, you were the same way. This guy has been on a million teams for a million different reasons, right? And we all know he can field. That's not the issue. And by the way, the Phillies do need help fielding. They almost blew Cristopher Sanchez's scoreless inning streak multiple times yesterday. But
Crawford saved it yesterday.
Justin Crawford saved it big time.
But
Justin Crawford was amazing yesterday.
I think we all can say that Bader is a better center fielder than Crawford.
Oh yeah, I think Bader's just as good as he might be the best pure center fielder in baseball, if we're being honest. That was one of the reasons why I was so excited they got him last year. But look, you can platoon Harrison Bader. Maybe he clicks back with this clubhouse. You kind of get the vibes back here. I agree with Oscar. They need to improve this bench. This bench is hitting like 140 this year. It needs to be better.
Well, and the thing with Bader, again, I'm not like, oh man, how did you let Bader walk? I had no problem with that. But you are so bad right now in right field in terms of the offense. Bader, at his best last year, you were hitting him in the fifth hole in the lineup, right? I mean, so if you can get a guy to hit in that 5 area, that pushes everybody back down one, and it certainly makes this. Now, he's been terrible this year.
Yeah, he's a showman. He's a guy that likes the limelight. He likes to be kind of in the middle of the thing, and he had a tremendous. I mean, with the Phillies. He hit 305 with an 824 OPS. I mean, his average in his history in baseball is 244 with a 708. So basically, he came here. You run him back in July. You do it for 2 months. Maybe he can run it and do it again. But he can definitely play good defense. So he will give you very good defense in center field. The other thing that I think it would be important about bringing Bader, if you have maybe a McCutcheon that works out being in the bench the next couple of months, is that you can rotate. I told you about the rotation of the 4 outfielders. That is very important. You have the rotation of the infield with Mundito that he can play multiple bases. The same thing you do with Bader. You have 4 players. Hey, Garcia goes 0 for 14. You sit him down. You sit him down a couple of games, and you can play with the other 3 guys. Right now, you don't have that luxury.
Yeah, and listen, if you had a guy like, let's say, Bader, and again, I say pennies on the dollar. If they're willing to literally take a low-level Jersey Shore Blue Claws player, and all you have to do is pay the $10 million next year and whatever he's owed this year, fine. But what it does is you can play Marsh and right, and you could have a Kepler-Castellanos situation if you want to do that, or you just stick with Crawford, Bader, and Marsh, and Garcia comes in late inning defense, and plays out in right field. You move Marsh back to left, and now you have so it gives you much more flexibility where your backup outfielders right now, they're not good defenders, and they're not hitting. So
that's the other thing. That's the other.
That's
look.
A big
If
problem.
you imagine starting a postseason game with Bader in center field, March in left, and Garcia in right. That is a tremendous defensive outfielder. I mean, you're not going to get a much better outfielder than that.
And if you could get a guy that just hit like 240, 250, now your offense is significantly better because Garcia's giving you nothing.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy about Garcia? We kind of expected – we didn't expect it to be this bad, right? We didn't expect 201 on OPS under 600. We thought maybe in line with his last 2 years where he has a 670 OPS and he had more power. I think that's the biggest concern to me. He just has not shown that power.
Yeah.
He will. Trust me. Trust me. I know this guy. This guy is going to – he's going to wake up one day and he's going to hit 2 home runs, and the next day he's going to hit a home run. I mean, he's going to get in one hot streak.
Oh, he's got 4 months to do that.
That's who he is. That's who he is.
The thing, Oscar, that when they signed Garcia, I said it would behoove him because he's such a passionate guy. He plays and feeds off the energy that if he hit like a big home run or had a big hit early in the season and got the crowd to really rally behind him, he has not had a moment here yet offensively to really be able to feed off that crowd. And now he's looking like he is lost his confidence at the plate.
I wish he was a platoon player. I really do. I wish he was in a platoon with somebody. I think he'd be really good in a platoon situation with this team.
I'm looking at his OPS for his career per month. It's 778 in March and April, 691 in May. We're in May. Then it goes up to 782, which is more decent. Then it goes down to 659.
Well, yeah, he's on and off. It's weird.
He's on and off. I mean, he's on and off. He hit the most home runs in May in his career, believe it or not. 29 home runs.
He sucked this May.
He's 240 against right-handers this year. He's under 200. Against left-handers this year. He's under 200.
Why do all the right-handed batters just stink against lefties this year? It's weird.
It's weird. It's weird. Now, one thing that I was thinking, guys, and I'll bring this up about the trading deadline. The more I think about it, and with the limited talent that we have at a highest level, I would not make any major trades. I would not make any major trades. I'm telling you this right now. And we could get, I know we're going to get to July and people are going to say, you're going to go get Mike Trout. You're going to go get the.
You don't want another bad contract. Stop complaining about bad contracts and you take on another one.
I just use the name of Mike Trout because of his.
I'm backing the up. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, to me, I'm very, very. Look, we need to keep the Aaron Escobars of this world, the Gabe Woods. I mean, Gabe Woods could be. Let me put it this way: Duran is free agent in 2 years. Not this year. Next year, he's gonna. It's his last year. The question is, are you going to pay this guy big-time dollars, or could Gabe Woods walks in and becomes the closer of this team for the next 6 years?
Well, here's the other thing, Oscar. Who is the sixth starting pitcher right now on this team? Like, Gage Wood might be in at some point.
That might be it.
I'll tell you what. They don't have a lot of pitching in the organization at all. So Gage Wood has a lot of pressure on him right now to perform. You talk about Cy Young. Let's look at that right now. Cristopher Sanchez is the favorite, plus 150. Mizorowski, plus 275. Paul Skeens, plus 500. Shohei Ohtani, plus 700. Chris Sale, 800. Chase Burns, 18. And Zach Wheeler, plus 2,500. But Cristopher Sanchez right now, he's the favorite, guys.
Yeah, he's the favorite. He's the favorite. And when you look at May, I mean, it's truly amazing what some of these guys have done. I mean, of course, Cristopher Sanchez is 39 innings. He hasn't allowed a run, so he has a 0 ERA. I mean, Mizorowski, 0.29 ERA in 31 innings. He struck out 49 batters. You get Ohtani, 0.95. Harrison with Milwaukee now, 4-0, 0.96. I mean, Chase Burns with Cincinnati, including one of the games against us, 4-0 on 119. Zach Wheeler. I mean, that's the other guy. Can Zach Wheeler
lost the Cy Young race, by the way? This is incredible.
Yeah, this is incredible.
You could make a strong argument that Mizorowski's numbers are actually better than Sanchez's.
I mean, Mizorowski won Player of the Month. I know people would get upset, but man, he earned it too. Like, I just don't know how you don't give it to Sanchez at this
31
point.
innings and 49 strikeouts for Mizorowski. Look, we're in May, right? So, I mean, we're talking Cy Young and all that. It's a long way to go. Injuries happen. I mean, knock on wood here.
This is what I want to see, Oscar. Dave Roberts better have Cristopher Sanchez start the All-Star game in Philly, or this city is going to destroy him.
He's not going to walk into the field alive.
Mizorowski has 100 strikeouts in 64 innings with a whip of 0.
And he throws 1-3. And he throws 101, 102. I've never seen a pitcher like him. Like, I did not agree with him going to the All-Star game last year. I thought it was like a kind of gimmick, but no, like, this kid is the real deal.
That's why I tell you that these are decisions that are long-term decisions. Are not quick decision. I mean, it's going to take longevity, and it's more important than anything else here. So there's a long way to go for them to make a final decision on who's going to be a Cy Young and who's going to be starting the All-Star game.
By the way, the Phillies adjusted their pitching rotation. Luzardo will now pitch on Saturday. Painter will go on Sunday. Yep. Wheeler goes tomorrow night. They'll play the Dodgers, the banged-up Dodgers. And, of course, we'll preview that series tomorrow right here with Jeff and Oscar on Phillies Fastball. Hopefully everybody enjoyed us today. Jeff is at Reading tonight, so follow him at Jeff Kerr PHL for updates on Gage Wood's start. Oscar and Jeff, we'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
We'll talk tomorrow. Take care, guys.
Yep, I'll be in Reading all weekend. So, yep, it's just not a tonight thing, but yeah, you'll get an update tomorrow.
All right, Jeff Kerr, PHL, for all the following of the Reading Phils. All right, there you go, our Phillies Fastball segment here on the Sports Bash Live. But when we come back, we're going to go over to the Birds. Our buddy Nick Cattles from the Locked On Patriots podcast. He had a guest on his podcast last week who covers the Patriots. He said something that really stood out, and I don't know a lot of people heard. You'll hear that coming up next. But first, let me tell you about my guy Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City. Yeah, I was away this weekend, and I saw our text board, and our text board was greeting us with a nice message from a listener who said, "Hey, Mike, I went over to Key Acura of Atlantic City, and I got that Acura, the Acura that I've been talking about, $199 a month, 36 months." The 2026 Acura Integra, although he said he went with the upper model. He upped that model. You can get it for $199 a month for 36 months. Just go to Key Acura of Atlantic City. Go see what all the excitement's about. Key Acura, the small but friendly dealer. Nick Cattles from Locked On Patriots next on the Sports Bash.
I have heard a couple of different things on the timing. I have heard from somebody that they think that the NFL would prefer if the Patriots like waited a couple weeks. I think that's always dangerous because now you're inviting something else to happen. Somebody get hurt at mandatory minicamp and somebody jumping in. But I think I still believe the most likely outcome going away, probably at like, I don't know, 90%, is that very quickly after June 1st, 4 p.m., A.J. Brown is traded to the Patriots for a 2028 first-round pick and something else.
That's Patriots writer Greg Bedard on the Locked on Patriots podcast. Nick Cattles is the host. He joins me now on the Sports Best. We talked about a week ago, Nick. Is anything different? He said 90% chance he thinks that these two guys or A.J. Brown is with the Patriots. But now you're starting to get the smoke screens and the spit signals all over the place. Does the league not want this to look bad? Has anything changed in the last week since we last spoke, Nick?
Yeah, the calendar. that's pretty much changed, Mike. I mean, we look at this situation, man. Maybe this will just be a weekly spot for me. I'll plop on in and we'll talk A.J. Brown until this deal actually gets done. But I think it's just a calendar, my man. I think what's happening here, a lot of reasons why this latest reporting could be thrown out there. But I think the biggest reason is we're getting closer to June 1st. We're getting closer to June 1st, 4 o'clock Eastern time, when the deal can be consummated at 4:01. And I think there's a little bit of heat behind that. And this could be a late leverage play by Philly or by the Patriots or by both.
So at the time when we, one of the things that everybody kind of, the wild card here is Howie Roseman, right? Well, this is Howie Roseman. He's not just going to, if there's other calls to make, as you hear things like that happening, if you're on the Patriots side of things, do you legitimately wonder, is there a better deal coming in than a 2028 first-round pick, which for my money, Nick, I don't love. I don't love that return for Philadelphia because I think I'm a Super Bowl contender in 2026. If I give him away, I'm not helping my 2026 team out. So a 2028 pick really makes me wonder if I can get a better return as we get closer to that June 1st date. Do you think the same way covering the Patriots side of things?
Well, nothing you get now is going to help you in 2026, right? I mean, you could try to trade for a Kayshon Boutte, but the wide receiver room is already stocked in Philly. So you've made your moves. You've put yourself in this situation. I don't think Philly can get out of it. A.J. Brown's gone. And so it's not if he's gone, it's when he's gone, and it's where he's going to go. And, from what I have heard outside of, hey, man, this could drag on, this might drag on, there still hasn't been a single soul who has brought up another team with any kind of substance outside of the Patriots. So unless in the final minute, a mystery team is going to be coming flying down from the sky and plopping into Howie Roseman's office with a first-round pick in 2027, I don't think the deal that Howie wants is there. And I think the Patriots know that. So this might be a wild, wild west stare down contest between the two sides. But if I'm the Patriots, I'm going, hey, Howie, you don't have another deal on the table that's better than ours. You could sit there and you could want one, but if it doesn't actually happen, then what are we doing here?
Nick Cattles, Locked on Patriots podcast. We all have been hearing for a long time A.J. Brown's going there. Do you think there is a handshake deal? Do you question that? Because if there's not, do you not then question whether Howie is still trying to find a better option than a 2028 first-round pick? And do you think that 2028 first-round pick is what's on the table? Because that's starting to get a little murky.
Yeah, you know what Ian Rappaport said last night on the NFL Network, it was a little bit confusing the way it was worded. He said that Philadelphia wants a 2027 first-round pick, but the Patriots are unwilling to give up a first-round pick. Now, is he talking about they're unwilling to give up a first-round pick in 2027, the pick that Howie wants, or are they just flatly not willing to give up a first-round pick, period, end of sentence? Everything we've heard leading up to last night was the Patriots would be okay giving up a first-round pick in 2028 because the NFL really values that pick as a second-round pick. So with that in mind, I would imagine that the Patriots would be okay giving up a 28 first-round pick. Now, is Howie Roseman trying to create leverage? I'm sure he is. That's what he's in the business of doing, right? He's trying to create some leverage. Unfortunately for him, inevitably, he's going to poop or get off the pot. And if you don't have another team to leverage the Patriots against, and the Patriots feel very comfortable with the offer they have on the table, then no matter how badly Howie Roseman wants it, and no matter how great of a GM he is, and he is a great GM, inevitably he has to make the decision. Do we want to continue to drag this thing out? Do we want A.J. Brown, who has been quiet to this point,
very quiet,
at least in front of cameras or whatever, maybe behind closed doors he's making a little bit of noise, but up until this point, he's been the good soldier, just letting Philly do what they've got to do. Well, if this thing drags on and A.J. Brown knows he's going to another team, he's got to learn that offense. He's got to work with the new quarterback. At a certain point, you have to wonder, if you're Howie Roseman, is A.J. Brown going to stop being the good little soldier and start making some noise and make things very uncomfortable? I know that's not usually what he does, and that's not really his comportment as a human being. But if you're pushing him to the limits, which you are by dragging this on, because as you drag this on, you're dragging A.J.'s preparation on with his next team, then at a certain point, A.J. Brown and his representation might be like, you know what, Howie, we've played ball with you, man. We've been sitting back here for the last couple months, letting you do what you do. Can you just send me somewhere? Because I'm done. I'm done. The wide receiver room is full. Stop playing the games and send me somewhere. Respect and appreciate me and what I did for your football team, and let me start my job at the next place of employment.
Nick Cattle's the Locked On Patriots podcast, and they've obviously been attached to Philadelphia and A.J. Brown for a long, long time here. Do you look at the Rams? Les Snead admitted that they had conversations, okay? He came right out and said it. So that gives you at least one team legitimately had been in contact. So what's to say that the Rams wouldn't, hey, we got some Puka Nacua issues going on over here. Let's make that call one more time. I think, Nick, the Chiefs are interesting because Andy had Donovan here, and he carried that team without wide receivers until he couldn't do it anymore. He went out and got T.O. You got Patrick Mahomes. You don't know that Patrick Mahomes coming off that injury is going to be able to be Patrick Mahomes right away. So what about getting him someone that could help him right off the bat? So if there is a team that you would be concerned about if you're in Patriots land, is it the Rams? Is it the Chiefs? I know the Jaguars name, or not worried at all?
I don't know. If I'm worried, I'd say like 10% worried out of 100%. Look, the Chiefs, I get it. It makes sense. Rashee Rice's issues and Patrick Mahomes needs help and all that. I totally understand that. But if you're the Chiefs, the question is, why not just sign Stephon Diggs? Why not just pay the money for Stephon Diggs, not pay the pick?
Well, to be fair, the Patriots could do that. Why are they trading for A.J. Brown?
Because they went through the Stephon Diggs experience. Look, Mike, Stephon Diggs is a one-year rental. I mean, that's what he is. He wears out his welcome pretty quickly. And so I think he's a one-year guy right now. And he'll be fine going to a new team. I don't think Stephon Diggs would be fine, mixing targets with Romeo Doubs and some other guys. I think, again, the relationship between he and Drake May was fine by all accounts, but year two is always more difficult with Stephon, and I just don't think the Patriots want that noise. Kansas City invites noise. They drafted Tyreek Hill. We know what happened with him, what he, was convicted of coming out of college, a very serious crime. We know Frank Clark, they brought him in. He had a bunch of red flags. Rashee Rice, a bunch of red flags. Kansas City, they got red flags for days. They ain't worried about it. They'll bring in Stephon Diggs for a year. He'll catch 80 footballs for Patrick Mahomes. They won't give up a pick. On top of that, if you give up a pick, is it better than the pick the Patriots are willing to give up? That's the biggest thing here.
Well, Nick, don't you think that maybe that's what Howie's doing between now and the first is if the 2028 pick, and, there has been some reporting out there that they are grappling over that, the compensation, and, we want a first-round pick. Well, the Patriots saying, you don't have a first-round pick anywhere else. And Howie's saying, you want to challenge me on whether I can get a first-round pick? That's what makes this so interesting is that you're dealing with Roseman, not some schmuck in Jacksonville.
Look, I'm trying to be patient with the Howie Roseman stuff. I've said multiple times he's a great
I love
GM.
it.
He's a great GM. He's not the Don, okay? Everybody got to relax. Inevitably, no matter how great of a GM you are, you need substantive leverage. You need multiple teams involved to drive up the price. You need an asset that a lot of people want. A.J. Brown is not an asset that a lot of people want. So we can talk about prior deals that Howie Roseman pulled. Every single deal is separate. Every single deal is an individual trade. He's a great GM. But if the Patriots are the only team in the room willing to trade for A.J. Brown and take on the knee and take on the contract and take on the fact that he's closer to 30 than he is 25, if they want to take that on and be the only team that wants to take that on, Howie Roseman, he can't keep A.J. Brown in Philly. That's the issue. He can't keep him in Philly. A.J. Brown is not going to be an Eagle. You can clip this, cut it. He's not going to be an Eagle.
Yeah, that's the interesting part about this is they've gone out now and almost said, we're moving on. How do you then bring him back? I do agree with that section of your expository there is that, hey, we've already moved on from you, but he's also Howie Roseman saying, but I'm not just going to give you up for pennies on the dollar or 50 cents on the dollar. That's where I think Roseman will do his due diligence.
By the way, Mike, can we stop the notion that this is 50 cents on the dollar? Getting a first-round pick, even if it's in 2028 for A.J. Brown, that would be a really good deal.
If there's a first-round pick, yes. If they're not haggling over this first-round pick, I agree with you. But if that's part of the thing, and the Patriots are saying, we're not going to give you a first-round pick, go see what you can find, that's when I think he may, in fact, say, I will start making phone calls. And that's where this whole, is there a deal that's already made or there not a deal there's already? Right. I thought what Greg said on your podcast was kind of interesting, almost as if the league's like, guys, if you have a deal, can you hold off a day or two so it doesn't look like free agency when all these deals are signed 1 minute after the free agent window opens?
Yeah, I mean, I think the NFL has obvious concerns, and I don't think we want to continue with the headlines and all that. As far as one last note before I get to the NFL side of this, one last note I would put in there. Again, Howie can want all that he wants, and I'm sure he's making phone calls, and again, he's one of the best GMs in sports. I'm sure he's doing his job. He's doing his due diligence. He's called all the teams. He's spoken to all the people, but the Rams backed out. And for the Rams to get back in, they would have to now trade Davante Adams. They would have to find a trade partner for Davante Adams that would fit his contract in and be willing to take that contract. And Davante's older than A.J. Brown, obviously. He's older than A.J. So now the Rams, that trade would have happened before the draft because you'd move Adams on, you would get a pick or two, and then you would reinvest in your football team. Now that the draft has come and gone, you've got Davante Adams, who's in his 30s. I think he's got 1 year left on his contract. And, teams have already added to their wide receiver room. Now, maybe you could try to make some kind of deal with the Chiefs, but now you're getting into contracts. And again, it's a lot of moving chairs. As far as the NFL, I don't think this is about attention. Like I saw a lot of Patriots fans like, oh, the NFL just wants to drag this on so they can be in the headlines more. I'm not buying that. Okay. I think that to paint that picture, I think is just, do we really think Roger Goodell and or his minions are calling Howie Roseman and Elliott Wolf and Mike Vrabel and saying, hey, guys, look, we know that you want to just operate your business and get to football.
So where would
hold on a couple of weeks. Hold on a couple of weeks. Hold on a couple of weeks so we can make sure we get more, juice out of this lemon. Just let's just wait. We want more ratings. Do you think the A.J. Brown story, which has been beaten like a dead horse,
right?
Do you think that it's actually moving the needle?
No.
At a national standpoint?
I don't. I agree with you there. I tell you, June is kind of a slow football month, though. That being said, Nick Cattle's Locked On Patriots. When Ann Rappaport the other night on NFL Network says that means they're not particularly close, or there's a chance that this could drag on to the foreseeable future. Is he listening to Locked On podcasts and just like saying, hey, it sounded like these guys had a fun conversation, or is a little somebody getting to him and saying, make sure you get out there that we don't want this deal done?
Oh, let's not get it twisted. I think there's the what and the why.
Let's not get it twisted. He is listening to Locked On Patriots.
I'm sure he is. So many people do, millions and millions. When you look at the NFL, I'm sure the NFL would like this to be dragged out. I do. But I don't think it's because they want more attention or more headlines. I think they get enough of that. They're not. I think the concern is about the precedent, Mike, of deals getting done weeks, months ahead of time, and the lack of trust that could build within the league. You're supposed to negotiate in good faith, and I think if you have something like this happen, if we peel the curtain back, now the good faith negotiations are questioned. And another problem is the tampering concerns. If this thing was cast a couple of months ago, now you get the tampering concerns. And then you get into the gambling world of, hey, wait a minute, if I'm gambling my money and these things are happening behind closed doors like 2 months ago, and if Vegas catches wind of this and now they get the over-unders, blah, 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 now you're dealing with the gambling aspect of this. So and then you can get into player power. And did A.J. Brown force the hand? And I can tell you the NFL does not want to turn into the NBA where you get these superstars who are dictating where they go and when they go. So I think there are a lot of reasons why the NFL would say, hey, can we not make this look so obvious? Can we pump the brakes?
Well, Myles Garrett also could possibly be moved, and that's where the A.J. Brown and the pick could be interesting for Howie Roseman to say, all right, I can move Brown. I'll get a pick. I can use that pick to get involved on that conversation. But that's a whole nother conversation. We spoke last Thursday. Next Thursday, June 4th, A.J. Brown in Foxborough, yay or nay?
I am going to say yay. And if it's not done by June 4th, I think it'll be done before June 9th because that's when the Eagles get to mandatory minicamp. And I think both teams will want to get this done before the mandatory portion of camp begins.
Did you ever look forward to a joint practice before?
Oh, I know, huh?
Nick Cattles hosts the Locked On Patriots podcast. He joined us here on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, there is Nick Cattles, who does the Locked On Patriots podcast. You can check that out on all podcasting platforms. We will wrap up today's show coming up next. All right, Western Conference Finals, Game 6 tonight on 97.3 ESPN. I think the Thunder roll old Garth Brooks style and win the series tonight. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I am. And we get a Game 7. But I go Thunder tonight over the Spurs. This hour of the show brought to you by Boxing Insider Promotions.
The biggest heavyweight showdown in South Jersey boxing history is a Drop Gas showroom in Atlantic City, Saturday, June 13th. 2 South Jersey undefeated heavyweights clash. Holy Spirit High School graduate Josh Popper takes on Absegami High School graduate Bruce Selden Jr. Plus, just added to the fight card this week is South Jersey super welterweight Damian Tinarello from Berlin. He joins Pleasantville super lightweight Julio Sanchez III on a stacked fight card. It's the Drop Gas showroom in Atlantic City, Saturday, June 13th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss the ultimate South Jersey undefeated heavyweight showdown. Selden Jr. versus Popper, presented by Boxing Insider Promotions.
All right, there you go. We will be back tomorrow live over at the LPGA. Stop out and see us outside of McGettigan's 19th hole. The Sports Bash will be live tomorrow from the 2026 ShopRite LPGA Classic. Come on out and see us tomorrow outside McGettigan's 19th hole. We'll have a good show for you. Gary will probably be live on the set tomorrow for his segment. We'll have Phillies Fastball, Adam Kaplan. We got live Nuggets. We got the Friday 5. So it should be a fun Friday, as it always is, at the ShopRite LPGA. Thanks to Nick Paddles, our Phillies Fastball segment, Andrew DiCecco, and everybody out there who hit us up on the White Horse RV text board today. No Phils tonight. Just a little hoop, baby. A little Thunder and Spurs. You can check out the game right here on 97.3 ESPN tomorrow night. We've got the hockey for you. Eastern Conference Finals, Carolina and Montreal. This is the Sports Bash. Take care, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow.